Roma keeps speeding into this tower. That black keeps hitting. So I don't know. Ow, that fucking hurt. What? Oh no, Rodney Dangerfield. I'm down 210 million power so far. I'm going to fill a drink. We are live, and I am Daimyo Koji, and I am drunk as hell, and I'm going to fill another drink.
I don't have that mic on. Whoa, Sunday, Sunday. All right, there we go. Get rid of that. A little feedback.
Well, I'm gonna go get me a drink too then.
Butter Nation. There's TK. First thing I'm doing is stocking the cooler full of beer. My wife wouldn't go do a beer run, but she would drive me to go get beer. That's called compromise in a marriage, guys. All right, so I'm going to try. I can tell you right now, the store's beer cooler is not near as cold as mine is.
My double vodka is feeling mighty fine. This is
Okay, so the live guys get the coughs. Cough building speed ups and Jim's event. Sneak them in on us. I sped up my C39 before the damn thing because for some reason, I got it in my head last night that I knew I was prepping a video one day early because it takes a day to prep a video for a final day event. And then I just got it in my head it was the last end of the event and I burned everything up even after I did the video. So I did the video on the stuff that I did last night as if it were the end of the day event, but it wasn't. I can hear myself. I'm slurring a little speech here.
I was being real careful. I'm like, I know they're gonna have this goddamn construction speed. I let my C38 go for days and days on both kingdoms.
Oh my gosh, guys. Shiner Bock prickly pear. Beer like grandma used to make. Oh my gosh. My grandma made the best prickly pear jelly. I mean, if you don't know what prickly pear is, you know those flat cactuses out in the desert, little patty cactuses. After a great big major rain, they'll get these little blooms on them, and they'll get these little red bulbs on there, and you go pick them off the cactus, and that's prickly pear cactus, and it makes the best jelly you've ever had in your life. My grandma used to make prickly pear jelly. I was a little leery about prickly pear beer, but Shiner Box down in Texas, they know what a cactus is. That's Lawrence. Lawrence is usually on top of things. I do read these things. Yes, James. Welcome. Yeah. Now, to be fair, they have a tendency to switch things up at the last minute.
Guns of Glory?
Is Esque live?
The airship piece is out.
I'm about to squash Esque. I don't mean to, but that's what's about to happen. let me get involved in UAC at this point because I'm not there. Where are we hanging out at? Which kingdom we in?
I just teleported home because I'm drunk as fuck.
Oh, well, I can't do that. I got no points. Did they change this interface? What the hell? They changed the interface. Okay, so I'm going to be a little lost this evening. And can you guys hear me okay?
I can. I'm not watching the video though. I'll turn that on.
Yeah, he streams from his phone. He can come over here.
Wasted.
Esquake can come over here and join us. We'll put him in the chat room.
Another
I got
Bayesian.
homemade booze.
You all can
Right,
hear
we're not going to the Pruno again.
you all can hear Koji and Creep, right? You're not going where?
Am I loud enough this time?
I can hear you. It's but who knows? You know that's the thing about not having a professional mixing board is I can't tell what sounds are going where at what levels. But that's a $28,000 investment. I'm not ready
I'm a
to make
little
it.
low.
You're a little low. I can fix that. If you're low, then Creep's
I'll
low.
speak into the microphone.
No. You're over amplifying now. So your volume coming out low is a me problem, not a you problem. And blue tutu.
John, just right click on his name in TeamSpeak and turn his volume up that way a little bit.
Well, no, I need to.
I'll overcompensate with this vodka.
Oh, you guys are both freaking. Well, I never even thought about doing it in TeamSpeak. See, there's a third freaking window. Oh, I'm looking at it. So right click. Change
You
volume.
guys missed the drinking party earlier.
All right. Pull that mic back just a little bit there, Koji. You're over amplified.
All right, how's that?
That's much better because I turned you up a little bit, and that'll cut down on your breathing. And then I'm going to turn Creep up just a touch. That'll let you talk naturally. That's the point. Oh, hold on. You got to remember, I can't see. I'm going to put you at +7. Creeps at +8 now. Okay, so there's
My
that.
phone battery's about to die, so I'm sending my March home tower, and I'm logging on BlueStacks.
Good deal. And
I'm playing 2 UECs at a time. I'm playing 312 and 362 at the same time, trying to get my points in while drunk and talking on chat and reading questions.
there's that. Oh, we got lots of people in here all of a sudden. Vodcats, lots of volume. All right. Okay, Gray, how's that volume now? Is the volume low for them or me? Because it's two different things. Okay, so here's this. And they name themselves killers. You are already in your own kingdom. And there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Teleport. Who's got lots of treasure? That's what I was looking for. How was 276? Oh, that's the one we landed in the forest, huh?
Yeah, if you bounce in a 203, you'll land in the forest.
276 as well.
I'm wasting gold here.
Well,
I just
slow.
mega garrisoned a building full of farms, but that might make people fuck off.
I think we're pulling a real strong lead real early here.
That's not a good thing.
No, taking 176 out of the mix, that was big.
Well, that's good. We're gonna have a strong. All the Polish alliance is gonna wake up in a few hours, and they're gonna take over when I pass out drunk.
Right?
That's the good
Wake
thing about
up.
having a multicultural alliance, I guess.
Wake up. It's Saturday. Poland. They're still drinking.
Right. You gotta remember, we're just trying to equalize the field here.
Yeah, we're playing catch up.
Thomas Golf, if C31 running around with 5K and 6K stats, that would be hilarious. That would catch a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, he's got his max damage. So once you pass C30, your damage stuff don't stat. Then the rest of it's just stats. The only thing he can, and quite frankly, as a C30, he's pretty much max defense because your T11s are an offensive troop. Waiting on. There we go.
Rave, I'm glad you're drunk with us. Yeah, everyone's drinking on this Saturday night. It's the night before fucking Easter Sunday. I gotta cook a turkey tomorrow during UAC at some point.
Hey, Butter wants a link.
Butter wants a link. He's not home. He's got to get on TeamSpeak.
You know what?
Telling him to.
What I need to do is make a damn.
But Butter Nation is not home right now, so he can't get on TeamSpeak, he said.
Hold on. I need to just make a permanent live link and then just change it every time I go live. And then that way everybody has the same link and they don't need it every day. So let me get that. That's what I need to do. All right, let's get that done. Man, it has got to, the internet is crap right now. It's taking forever for web pages to load. Okay, so add new. Oh, that's the stupid part about it.
That might be a Canadian thing, Greg Mitchell. I don't know. Turkey, ham, whatever. They were selling, because of this whole COVID thing, all the good meats at the superstore and the supermarkets are all on sale. So I'm filling my deep freezer up with $20 turkey, butterball turkeys, and $10 hams.
I had 4 turkeys in my freezer before this happened. just because I'm kind of a prepper.
You know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have a deep freezer, but it was full of fucking freezer burnt old meat from 2 years ago, that my wife threw in there. Now I actually emptied the bloody thing and filled it up with new stuff. It's all good now.
And I transpose my R's and E's while typing all the time. All right. In the future, for all you guys who are listening, RogersRaiders.com/live will automatically take you to live stream. You don't have to figure out where the hell I'm at on the web because it changes every time. So from now on, the website will direct you to wherever the hell I'm at.
The delay is only about 10 seconds today. It's not too bad.
Is it? Well, I've done some optimizing of streams. That's when I was sharing you that software for live streaming. I did some research on better live streaming. I'm not using any of that software yet. There's supposedly some really easy that will offload all the living stuff to a third-party computer, so it's not on my computer, because my computer is doing the video, all that stuff, and it's doing the transmitting. Plus, we have chat coming in and chat going out, and I got TeamSpeak and all that other stuff, and I should just be doing the blending and the sending. So there's that, and let's look at viewer activity. Nope. Excellent connections, what it's saying. Okay. And we're going up. All right. So
this is the last day of the Easter event. I managed to bump my stats a couple of hundred at least in a couple of spots, which is good, and I still have a few of these left. I haven't decided where to spend them yet. Mind you, I'm a free player, so my stats are still pretty pedestrian by most people's standards.
like that means that much.
I should share a stat report.
One second, and I will post it when you do.
There, I shot it out there.
Which is good. Yeah.
I like to think my stats are as good as they can get for a free player. Always looking for ways to improve, though. Great. Where are the songs? Are you still on?
Oh, I got the live stream up, so no music.
Oh, we can do a little, but
you guys missed.
Go ahead.
You guys missed it.
Okay.
We were just throwing songs out and drunkenly shooting shit at each other earlier.
Hey, for those who don't know, I have a phone number system where I text you important updates directly from the website now. And we do that to protect your privacy. And also, YouTube is terrible about letting people know, even though the people subscribe, does not mean you get notified. Hold on, I got a cough. I don't think that was enough cough. I'm going to have to do it again. This has only been alive a couple of days. I got 120 phone numbers in the thing. I just texted 120 people. We'll see what happens there. I'm surprised 120 people gave me their phone number because I'd be scared to put my phone number in other people's websites. But I'm a privacy nut. I'm bitter about it.
That's why my phone just went off. You just sent me a text.
There you go.
Yeah, I was looking at that myself. I got it.
See, and then that gives you the link directly to the live, and it'll give them the ability to save a link that will always, because they change that random code every time I go live, right? So this fixes that problem of Google doing this hit and miss where I'm at type crap. And if I turn around and we go live and then somebody sees a message, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I don't get messages on my phone for 5 or 6 days. You know, they'll get in a buffer or get lost somewhere.
Wow, you see that, guys? Got to be a C10 or above to utilize those events.
Which events?
That Lily event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I actually thought it was C16.
It shows us it's been a while since I've started a new account.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so...
Gotta remind myself to spend all my lilies and all my accounts tonight. Or at least before reset tomorrow.
Hey, Koji, spend some money on some gold. Let's go. Let's hammer these guys.
No.
Koji for the win.
I can't do it.
Vodka for the win.
No, I can't do it. And besides, what are my stats going to do even if I spend gold?
You can fireman it.
I mega the tower at home. The mega garrison actually makes people fucking look for easier targets half the time anyway, even though they don't know my stats suck because I got anti-scout on, but... Unless they're listening to this live chat, and then I'm screwed.
There we go. Confirm. Send.
Speaking of which, I'm going to fill my drink. I'll be right back.
Damn, that was quick.
There we go.
I've
Good,
been
you're
sinking
falling
these since
behind.
you played Dream Warriors, bub.
I'm interested to see how fast I can. I got my update. You see a little update in the bottom right-hand screen? That is if you go to the website, it says, hey, Rogers Raiders would like to send you stuff. That's a completely separate program. That's a third-party outfit that'll do it to your browser, your phone, and it's pretty good. I like it. It just, and well, we got 2 clicks already. So we got 2 people that clicked on that. And welcome whoever it was that just now started up their stream. Okay, I'm going to minimize that because I'm going to want to look at those stats. I am a freaking stat junkie. All right, I'm behind on the chat, but I'm worried others than you can get it. Worried others. Gather 2,000, where's he at? Only I see the number. Gather. I don't share, sell. And even if the federal government came in here, we would accidentally have a fire before they got anything. I'm that kind of asshole.
It's true.
You got to realize, guys, I was a gun dealer. I've been dealing with the federal government since Clinton days. I am a privacy advocate, and I even fight with other gun dealers who, when the ATF walks in their store and says, oh, we're here to do a review of your paperwork. I have watched ATS walk in there and go through the paperwork, which you got to let them do by law. But there's rules, and you, the dealer, need to know that. They're not allowed to turn around and separate all the guys who bought AR-15s and start writing their name down, because I have stopped ATF agents from doing that and says you need to leave because they're not allowed to do that. But if you don't know they're doing it, and if you don't have the balls to tell an ATF agent to get the hell out of your store, then your customers can't trust you. It's not that I have anything to hide. It's just their rules, and they're the government. They're there to enforce the rules. So in my personal opinion, you need to follow them. We used to do background checks on federal agents who come in to buy guns, which by law you don't have to do. I caught 2 federal agents. One was a federal law enforcement training center firearms instructor who was not qualified to own a gun. He failed by background check. That's the kind of stuff that happens. So I'm a big believer in, if you're going to make these rules that everybody has to fill out this paperwork, then everyone has to fill out this paperwork. Because I think that the worst law ever written anywhere, no matter what you're talking about, is one that starts with exception 2. The minute you write that into a law, you are creating a problem. Nothing should say with exception 2. Laws apply to everybody, no matter who you are. Yeah. Beautiful woman, you look amazing. How old are you? I was wondering if my husband was the cause of our child's death, as I was very distraught, and I want to know what truly happened. Okay. Somebody built a new account.
Wow.
Hold on.
You beat me to it.
Yeah, I'm hiding from the channel, and I'm hiding from the channel and reporting as well because we know who that is. I'm gonna report you for child abuse just for saying that kind of crap. Let's see how that works.
Did Koji get lost?
I think he went for more drinks, didn't he?
He might have fallen over somewhere. I hope he's all right.
Okay, I'm not. Did I actually go to a tower? I think I forgot what I was doing. Didn't go to a tower. Treasure. Nope, I didn't go to a tower. Because they really did hide that one right behind that. I couldn't click on it before. Okay, so I need to update. Where are we at? Two minutes. I don't want to wait no stinking 2 minutes. I got a bunch of those things. Who am I hitting? That's a good question. It should be a little choppy because it keeps saying that my video resolution is... Oh, well, now it's complaining that my video resolution is low because I lowered the video resolution to make sure it wasn't choppy. Ooh, I lost that. And I didn't kill squat. Wow, he has 200% higher stats than me. You know, that there's information to be seen. Okay, so I need to go find what kingdom are we plundering in? I need to go. I'm behind on stats. I need to go help somebody.
Yeah, we're doing some cat and mouse 203 right now.
All right, I'll go there. Teleport.
I am back.
You know what I haven't done? I have not put my... Okay, so I'm going to teleport here. And I don't have the proper heal guard on. Have you guys seen...
I might not have the right heel guard on either.
You guys seen the Pickle Rick frickin' Pringles? My wife got me into watching Rick and Morty.
Never seen it.
I had zero interest in watching Rick and Morty, right? It sounded stupid, and it is, but it's adult stupid. It is hilarious. I didn't realize how funny it was going to be. Yeah. I thought it was going to be Ren and Stimpy cartoon, but it's...
Really?
Yeah, it's funny.
It's almost midnight my time. I gotta get ready to fucking pass out and reset all my farms.
One more.
I just poured one more, buddy. Don't worry.
Okay, well, when that's done, one more.
Next one.
This is like the fourth 40 I've gone through in the last couple of weeks. And it's all bloody hell, like not working and sitting home playing Guns of Glory all the time. As fun as it is to be with you guys,
Yeah, well,
I really miss the physicality of my work.
I went to the liquor store and I'm like, holy crap! It looked like they ransacked the freaking liquor section. Grocery store. I'm sorry. For some reason, liquor stores are not allowed to be open, but everybody else who sells liquor is.
Must be different down there. There was a line of 25 people standing 6 feet apart at the liquor store when I went today.
Right.
I think they're essential where I'm at.
They're still kind of essential down here.
Just realized I was out of beer. There we go.
It's kind of essential to have liquor when you're staying at home with your kids 24/7. I have twin daughters, right?
And what was I going to think about? Oh. You guys watched my Cool Hand Luke video that I put up. And Koji had never seen Cool Hand Luke. And Koji's got a house full of women. And he needs to buy a bag of popcorn and have a Cool Hand Luke night. Because the women will like Cool Hand Luke. And it's kid friendly. By today's standards. I don't even think there's swearing in Cool Hand Luke. But that's a good movie classic. And the ladies tend to like old Paul.
I like my children's movies were Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, and
Me
Friday
too.
the 13th, and
Man, you want to find you know when you're sitting there talking in bars, you're talking to women like they're talking about, oh, who do they find? Women love Sam Elliott for some reason.
so it's the voice.
Wow. Someone who was it? Mama Moose said, "You sound like Sam Elliott."
Yeah, I don't see that.
Sam Elliott's is a big one on the women's list. It's one of those things.
Roadhouse.
Well, that's probably not the reason why. I think it just really comes down to no matter how much they try to market it, women still like men who are men. But did you see the commercial during the Super Bowl with Sam Elliott? Where he made his. Look up the Sam Elliott on YouTube. The Sam Elliott showdown commercial, where he makes his mustache dance. But if you haven't watched The Ranch on Netflix, it's got Sam Elliott in it. It's like, I never see you smile. What is your mustache too heavy? And I love that. Yeah.
That's a good line right there.
That is a good, especially for Sam Elliott. Because like Sam Elliott and Tom Selleck are like the two most well-known mustaches in the world.
Oh, Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck's a legend.
Was Tom Selleck in the Howling movies too?
Maybe. He did a lot of westerns. Tom Selleck really got more. You know him from Magnum PI, but he got more famous. Amongst other groups than the TV watchers when he started doing the westerns. Quigley Down Under. Quigley Down Under is like the standard for people who shoot black powder. I keep looking back at the beer
I love
cooler.
me some westerns.
What's your favorite western?
My favorite western, John Wayne
I'm
in McClintock. Just because it's funny.
I'm gonna go with the good, the bad, and the ugly for me.
That's a spaghetti.
Fistful of dollars.
That's a spaghetti. Those are both spaghetti westerns. They don't count.
Ah, fuck off.
Yeah, I second that. Fuck off.
McClintock is one of the funniest movies though. Yeah,
McClintock's good.
McClintock is humorous. It's always fun. But you really want to go down to can't miss it westerns, Blazing Saddles. Where are the white women at?
Half
Don't
the
make me-
westerns that came out way later, like Young Guns and all that,
Yeah, I was
they,
gonna
they
say,
didn't
don't
have
make
the
me say
same.
Young Guns.
Wait, what do you prefer, Wyatt Earp or Tombstone?
Which Wyatt? Oh, you know what? I actually prefer Wyatt Earp for the. I prefer Wyatt Earp for the historical accuracy, and Tombstone is way more entertaining. Tombstone came out when we were in I was actually in the military when Tombstone came out, and "I'll be your Huckleberry" became a very big catchphrase during the day. But before, have you ever watched How I Met Your Mother? With the slap betting. 10 years before that show came up, we were doing slap bets in the military, and I think that's where that kind of rolled over into Hollywood. Because I remember it was the Super Bowl that had the Washington Redskins in it, and one guy lost a slap bet, and I mean it was a run across the room, slap across the face type of loss of slap bet. "I'll be your Huckleberry." The legend of Doc Holliday is not the same as the reality of Doc Holliday.
Magnificent Seven, good one, Gary Lee. I like that one too.
Yeah.
Is that the one where they go find the dead train in the desert? Or was that another John Wayne movie? Where they found out in the middle of Mexican desert, they were going to get gold off some train that was buried in the sand.
Can't remember. I'm old and drunk.
Yeah.
They don't do good westerns like the last good western I remember is 3:10 to Yuma. That was a good one too.
That was awesome. That was the little blonde guy, the bad guy in that one. I love him playing a bad guy. That is, he really set himself up for doing that. That was awesome.
Oh, it's just nice seeing people actually make a western where not everybody's got a damn peacemaker.
Right. And that's the funny thing is
Everyone needs a cult peacemaker.
That's the funny thing where like the Billy the Kid used Schofields. He didn't use peacemakers, and then like in some of the old movies, there everybody's using peacemakers, even when they're playing Billy the Kid. But he used Schofields because Schofields was the fastest thing you could load. When they brought out moon clips, those things were dangerous for good shooters. Train Robbers, is that the name of the movie?
Not sure. They made fun of the cult peacemaker in Back to the Future 3 when he went back to the Wild West.
What was the one where Clint Eastwood painted the town red? I love that. Of all the spaghetti westerns, that's my favorite. Hell something
Yeah,
or
you're fired.
And then I also like the Clint Eastwood one where him and his buddy were arguing over. They were miners, and they were buying a wife. Oh, that's a good John Wayne movie too, where North to Alaska. That's what that was called, the John Wayne one. North to Alaska is a good one. That's not really a western though, but that's funny. But I like the John Wayne brawls. And then of all the John Wayne movies, the two best John Wayne movies that aren't westerns are, oh my gosh,
Green Berets.
well, now see, I got to add that to my list. So there's three good ones because one of the best speeches ever is in Green Berets, where it says, "I don't know," where the media's turn around and says, "Well, we're out here fighting an unwinnable war." It says, "I don't know what." It says, "Why is it taking so long?" He says, "I don't know what you learned in history. But I learned it took people with a common goal 11 years to build our Constitution. Why do you think we're going to get it done in 3 here in the middle of a war?" Just shut that reporter down. And it's so relevant to like what was going on in every war since, where the media is acting like it all has to happen quickly. It's like, the United States with a common goal took 11 years to write a Constitution. Who the hell is that?
That's kosher.
That is Epica.
Epica. Never heard of them.
Wow.
No, I think Creep and I have music along that line of taste.
Oh my
Symphonic
gosh.
heavy metal.
I grew out of that. I mean, I did that when I was probably 11. All right, guys, you're going to see something on film here. You're going to see something on film here that you shouldn't see. That's me struggle to get the top off my whiskey. Okay. Yeah.
Holy bloody hell! I'm down 300 million power.
All right. Ain't nothing like beer with a whiskey chaser. All right, here we go.
I'm surprised they ran this main event 2 weeks after the last main event. I mean, I managed to get some stats from both of them, so I'm happy.
Man, I don't know why Maker's Mark is considered good whiskey, because I don't think it is. I think people get
Jameson.
I love Jameson, but Jameson's got more of a Scotch feel
Top
to it.
end.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The Maker's Mark, they put that little red stuff on there, and they say that's good whiskey, and
You're paying for the name, bud.
I think so. My wife bought that. And I noticed there was a little bit left. There's only two of us in our house here. Let me look at this. So,
You want a good cheap
one of us is drinking that whiskey down because I'm down to a quarter fifth of whiskey here. Ah. But I got to drink some whiskey here to cure my cough, guys. It's good cough medicine. Whew.
See, this is great. I'm Mega Garrisoned. I don't have anyone big in my tower, but they're hitting the smaller towers because they see the word Mega Garrison. They assume I have stats.
Right. That does happen.
Yeah. I don't have much gold, so.
Man, I'm not really impressed with our spread out here.
A lot with my stats.
No, just basically.
You saw me play the bluff game in New World when I had both my C-37 side by side. We'll just assume two guys, two different kingdoms, same name. He's probably a spender. He's got a lot of power. He's got a lot of troops.
Consume brandy. I'm not a brandy fan, which is funny because tonight I'm drinking Prickly Pear beer, and I don't like brandy because it's fruity. I'm a Scotch drinker. I'll drink Scotch while other people sit there. I hate when people come up and says, "Oh, I'd like to try some of your Scotch," and they think they're joining a club, and the club they're joining is Scotch tastes like gasoline, even a $300 a bottle shit. But I like Scotch. So, guys, I haven't looked at my screen or done shit like I'm supposed to. Okay, we got incoming. I got an extra talent points.
Wow, I must not be paying attention. I just realized I don't see black anywhere in 203 right now.
No, I'm sure Roma chased him out. I mean, I went home, just went to a tower at this point because I'm resetting my farms. I'm drunk as hell, and I'm trying to.
Excuse me.
We'll see how many one mores you can talk me into. I'm on the one more now.
One more.
Here's the thing. You're lucid at this point. What prep work can you get done with the turkey tonight so that when you wake up tomorrow, it's like, oh, I just got to throw that in the oven? Or you gonna?
I gotta clean my kitchen first, bub.
See, there you go. So every 5 minutes, run in there and do 5 minutes worth of work in the kitchen. I do this all the time. That's it. Where I'm working on the game stuff, I'll go get up and do 5 minutes worth of work somewhere else. The honey and whiskey. Oh man, no. I don't know why honey's supposed to be good for a cough. I really don't.
I don't, but it works. I put
Local.
honey and neocitrin. It helps the swelling or something. It's really good for it. Or maybe it just flavors the neocitrin to be not so fucking brutal.
Okay. So for the live stream goes 10 hours tonight, that's because I passed out at the desk.
I'm gonna be lucky to make another hour, I guess.
YouTube cuts us off at 12 hours, so there's that. He's still drooling on his keyboard. I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I've got to take some more cough pills here.
So I should be sending funny videos to your line so you can look at them on your phone.
I don't have Line on. Line's a pig.
Yeah, I know you never answer your phone anymore when I call.
Ooh,
That's why.
1.7 billion power players in here now. Ooh.
Oh,
Where at?
now see, I like to post the ones where I lose. Everybody avoids that because they feel bad about losing. Well,
Damn Korean.
Bob should feel bad. I should have megaed that tower since I'm 700 stats higher than him. Holy crap, though. But post the ones up there.
I'm on my farmers and that Bunny Castle skin.
We are 25% ahead of everybody else. What are we doing for freaking per minutes? 194 per minute right out of the gate. You know, we slow Korea down. We can all go to sleep early tonight. They'll never catch us.
It won't matter by the time we go to sleep. The Polish alliance that's within us is going to be waking up, and they're going to be taking over too.
Yeah. We got to go find. Okay, so nobody's plundering us.
Oh, here come all the ads. I got people from 134 wanting to add me now. Please help us get second.
I'm not even on my main. I mega that tower, and now I'm resetting my farms.
You're Kingdom 134, man. You're like 2 years older than we are. But we were talking about
that doesn't mean nothing anymore.
I know we were talking about this earlier with Koji, where his 312 account, which is a year older than his 362 account, are exactly leveling the castle at the same time, and that's because there's this wall in front of you, so you get to zoom up in events, and then there's this wall, and it's the paywall. And if you're one of these free players playing the multiple kingdoms, they all wind up playing catch up at the same time. So like when I turn around and build the new kingdom stuff that I'm going to do, I'm probably going to start that Monday unless something grabs a hold of my time. It won't be but 8-9 months and everybody be caught up to where we were from a year ago.
They got to make it that way, otherwise New Kingdom's just sit and whine about how the old kingdom.
Oh, the old kingdom kicked our ass. Oh my god.
Remember our first UAC? When we first started 362 and our first UAC, we were the youngest kingdom.
Oh, me and Lily beat the shit out of everybody. All these C32s and 335s in there, and they're like, here come these two C20. We were C27 on our first UAC, and we were smoking everybody. What was that? Kingdom 352, and I'll still give kudos because Kingdom 352. I can't remember the name of them. They were an Irish alliance, and I can't remember the name of the alliance right now. They were very well run, but they had never been challenged. And we came in there as newbies and challenged the crap out of them. We beat them, but it was fun. I remember having a blast during that one.
What kingdom was it? When I I remember I was messaging you like, Psst, "Hey, Donnie," and you were like, "What?" And I was like, "Have you noticed that they have like 30 castles in the forest?"
Oh my gosh, you're punting.
We sat there for hours.
The
just
kick is
talking
the
about
kick is
forest.
up. The kick is good. Oh, he's out of here. We love force punts.
Well, that makes it fun, right? A lot of our new players were watching us just kick people and asking. About
That was
Diana.
352.
Like, don't park in the forest.
That was
Never
3
park in the forest.
352 had their big guy park right in the forest, and he sent a march at me, and then we I can't even remember if I filmed that, and I said, "Oh, the kick is up," and I sped march a punt. It was like, and your march never landed because you were in the forest and I punted you.
He didn't have an airship beacon, yeah.
Yeah, it's airship beacons, guys, or I'm running the what's this wonder? The air cannon. A little bit of
Yeah,
stats.
you got to have one of those during the.
Yeah.
I'm very economical when I buy it. It's I wasn't participating in the Interkingdom KE, but Friday night before I'm picturing what we're gonna run our Blood Wars, I buy it, so it's gonna last me through this UAC. It's gonna last me through New World, and it's gonna last me through Blood War.
That's good. The buying long term is a good deal. It's just not in the
I
cards.
just never have gold.
Yeah, you got to have a bunch of gold to do it, but then you save it when you figure it out over time, so you have more gold the next time you got to do it.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I can do. I get my gold from the raid events, and I save it, hoard it, wait, and then that's when I spend my gold.
Bo, how you doing, guy? Rachel here. Hold on. What Rachel says? Is this the app game or the computer game? Are they both connected? They are connected. Hold on. I'm going to help you out here, Rachel. You can play this on your computer and or your app. What are you playing on now, Rachel? Are you playing on your app? Are you playing on your phone? Or are you playing on the computer? Most people start on their phone and then wind up on the computer before it's over, because the strategy really needs keyboards and people. They see me talk about my what I use. Look, I use this. You will hate these things, these Trackmans. When you first buy one, you'll hate them, and then a month later, you'll never know how you ever lived without one, because it stops cramping in your hands and all kinds of stuff. And I know everybody on camera has watched me go through a couple beers, and I'm almost empty on that half a cup of whiskey. That's a big cup. Yeah.
Well, we all promised we were getting drunk tonight, so
Yeah.
I'm about done with my homemade booze.
you're done the Pruno?
Your world is fun. You got send ship out and nothing at home. Oh yeah. People who don't buy, they don't want to spend the gold, but you need to be spending that gold for a beacon every week.
Airship beacon is the best thing you can spend on it. You can't do shit. All I do when I'm playing in New World or UAC or anything, I look and I go, this guy doesn't have a beacon, let's smash him.
I don't know why those are all got lights on them. Let's see, upgrade. Oh, that's why. Okay. Confirm. Upgrade. Confirm. Upgrade. Confirm. Upgrade. Confirm. Did I get some bunnies out of that deal? I got one more row of bunnies, but it's 105 bunnies. That's a lot of bunnies.
Shit, you have 21 million essence and 131. You should be able to upgrade. You could upgrade all my gems.
I have a little bit of essence.
But again, I'm the free player.
Yeah, I got a little bit of essence. Eventually, I'll run out, right? But as we were showing in the video, I'm planning ahead, guys. So I know that I want to do really, really well in the Coat of Arms event next time because it's a good place to get stats. So lots of pyrite ingots. So if I go over here and I can get 6 times 18, that's 48 plus 60, that's 108 of those, right? Drunk math, we'll figure that out later.
It changes every event, but my guess is next event, they're going to put out a new airship piece at some point soon because Sky Iron's been free for a couple of events now. So next event is probably going to be at some point new airship. I know the new equipment's coming out soon. The Wildfire equipment's going to be rotated out of the Rabbit Foot shop and into the cheaper shop, just the way the Curiosity R5s were.
So make sure you mark in the video where that's at because Koji's probably dead on right on that. And so that you can grab a pen and paper. I know it's archaic freaking technology, but add that in there. What we got going here?
So one thing I'm good at in this game is seeing nothing and looking for the patterns and how they roll all this shit out.
Yeah. Create a highlight. Oh, I don't want to create a highlight. Oh, that's why I can't figure out what I'm doing. Oh man, maybe I do want to create a let's I've never created a highlight before. Let's do that. Okay. So let's go back a little bit.
Gonna go backwards. Greg asked, do plundering points stop accruing when the treasure is at 30k? The answer is you're not gonna gain as many points at that point unless the other alliance is also out gaining points. If you have their tower and they're still out gaining points, you're gonna keep piling some points on. But if it's at 30k, the best case scenario is get out of that tower and go for somewhere else.
If you're a frugal,
you're thinking about treasure.
If you're
As long as they're getting treasure, you'll continue to get treasure.
yeah,
Points don't stop. You always get points as long as you're active in a building.
if you're a frugal player, the thing to remember. Oh, I lost my train of thought because I got interrupted. Oh, if you're a frugal player, you want to make sure that you are on a treasure over 100k tower so that you have max stats. Otherwise, over the course of the day, your gold spend's going to go up. So we're watching this alliance where we're hanging out in towers with 90,000, 80,000 treasure, right? That's got people at risk. I lost a fight here just a minute ago, and that's because I got no stat bonus. They got the stat bonus. They go up in stats, I go down in stats. So that's a problem. And then I'm looking around, and I don't see any of us out there plundering somewhere where I can stick a march and just not pay attention. I don't see anywhere we're out there actively plundering. Oops, not what I'm looking for.
We're actively plundering a few kingdoms, I think.
I'm not seeing it.
I'm messing with the Koreans right now.
I'm gonna say we should be in Korea. I'm gonna head over to Korea right now. Okay, so go to Korea. You know,
They're big boys in 203, so
I keep forgetting that I need to change my gear.
Well, that's the thing. We keep looking at who's in second place and trying to knock them down a peg.
Yeah, we're trying to slow second place down a little bit. And anytime you see the word Korea, slow them assholes down. They get freaking free money. All right. You're watching me set up my healing spec. So I'm putting on some war gear. And then everything else that has an increase to healing. Man, it amazes me how, and I get frustrated with myself that I'm forgetting this stuff because I used to not forget anything. I used to have like a eidetic memory on everything. When I first bought the computer store, I had 6,000 customers. I can remember every one of their passwords. Now I lose my keys 8 times a day. All right, so. And then I'm going to go to guards. And Galileo's appointed. Everything else is right. We've been sitting here BSing for an hour, and I hadn't even hit the heal button yet. And I should have a long time ago.
Yeah, half my power is gone.
Yeah, that's the problem with. Okay, so no. All right, so there's that. Started healing. I don't need them.
All these buildings in the 276 right now, not a single one is being held by C40.
That's the Koreatown?
Oh, nice.
I got a C35 that's going to attempt to march me right now. That's going to be a splat.
You don't know. That Korea guys, man. Wait a minute. Hold on. And I need to go to your tower.
I'm just resetting my farms, and I'm going to log back onto my mains shortly.
I mean, all the buildings got troops in them, a good amount, but they got a cap of about 170K, or I'm sorry, 1.7 million.
1.7 is about a C35.
Yeah, 36, 37. I mean, it depends where they're built up to.
I mean, I'm C37, C38. Mine's around 180, so.
Oh, what the hell kind of crap they got going on in lines?
Oh, shame we can't get more people on the Alliance on this chat.
Did we hit a limit?
No, I mean, I've tried to get people on here. We're trying to get Butter and TK on here.
Where is Butter? Butter's in here.
Yeah, he's not home right now, though, so he's on his phone somewhere. He can't get on TeamSpeak, though.
Holy shit, a C35 with, wow.
What's the stats?
Hell, he dinged me in a tower, and he's breaking the 5100s.
Okay.
Holy shit.
So he's marching on me. I'm going to blow some gold. Make sure I got a full whatever I got. That'll scream over. And if you doubt whether or not the whiskey's good for the cough, notice my cough's been drastically down since I started drinking the damn whiskey. Hey, I'm so glad some of you guys are here. I see that we are up on the concurrent viewers. Did Butters do a shouting game? I don't know if he did or not. I hate spending that kid's gold. But
No idea.
the new game to upgrade to red will cost 136, 162 yellow. Something like that. Yeah, and it's like 300 or 162 for the top ones. But light gems were never worth a lot of points. They nerfed the points on those because of the WWE event last year. So I don't go blowing a lot of money around that. Although you're seeing on film here, I am blowing money on my stats. I actually could go to C40 tonight, but I actually am going to wait. I got my 39 Academy cooking. I got my walls cooking. I'm just going to let them cook so that they cost less speed ups, and then I'm going to burn whatever speed ups I need during the next speed up event, and then probably pop C40 real quickly. And then by that time, I should have enough badges to go ahead and pop my troop building straight up there as well.
That's one thing I've noticed since I stopped spending altogether. Some of my friends on 312 still spend a moderate amount on the honor event and everything, and they've all managed to sneak up to C40 before I did. I'm creeping up on them though. I'm C38 now, so I'm close enough.
Right? You're going to make it there.
Eventually, I made the decision to stop spending everything for a while back, right? So it's been like 6 months actually. I do miss the gold. I miss being able to speed hit shit and like actually play the way I was, but I've adjusted.
Speed hitting is not smart play, but it is fun play.
It's fun, and it played on my impatience for sure.
Right.
Y'all forget who was in here for a second?
But am I wrong? It's fun. It's not smart.
Yeah, but again, I'm like getting those 20% march speeds from the catacombs. I'm able to not make my marches not take 3 minutes, make them take 30 seconds, just using those.
Well, and now when I was R5, I feel it's my responsibility to do as much protection as I possibly can.
Holy crap!
Sorry about that. I actually muted the mic for the channel on that one.
For everyone but me, because I heard that in my headset.
Sorry. Yeah, your guys' mic is on my face, so I need to. Yeah. You know, the funny thing is while I got a lung infection right now, but it's not the lung infection that causes the cough so badly. The burn and irritation in my throat is what causes the cough. And the solution to it, more than anything, more than any drug out there, is milk, just to coat the throat. What I should do. Oh.
All right, I'm going to fill one more and have a vape on the deck. That's my last one.
Sure it is.
I'll be right back.
Take a little hit of that steroid. That'll help you a little bit.
Hey, I'll join you. I'll take a rip on mine too.
Yeah, never mind all these veterans with lung problems. You know, it's just coincidence. Ask the VA. Wait a second. He marched on me. What happened? I didn't pay attention. Oh. He lost his ass. Okay. I had worse stats than him, but he lost. My army damage was up. My cavalry damage was way up. Man, I'm just going into coughing fits now. And then all the other castles. That's why I sat there and I didn't do anything. Just I should do, I think.
Where are you at, Gun?
For points or where? I should be in your kingdom, I think. I don't know where I'm at. Hold on. I am a little tipsy. Treasure. All right, heading towards you. Yes. Oh. I guess I couldn't leave the kingdom because they were marching on me. That was my problem. This is yet another problem where the double teleport. The Holy Water Savings Account is deprecated, Greg. They look, Fun Plus, every time there's an ability for me to manipulate the game, I put it out in video, they go over it and they figure out how to undo it because they think it's costing them money. Okay? They do not comprehend the free promotion they get from me telling people how to play the game and get over on the great big corporation. They don't get that philosophy. As far as they're concerned, because it's the way they've been taught since birth, is if you got something, they don't have it. That is broken window syndrome. It's communist type thinking. There is no addition to an economy, virtual or real. It's the way they're taught. So they apply what they know to the game. It's one of the reasons I'm able to break down the game. It's, you know, I'm a big free market guy, and at the same time, I understand how they think. I'm not naive to their thought process. And it a lot, you know, just as much as they're not naive to our thought process, they'll manipulate us. I manipulate them back. It's just the way it works. It's very rare that someone will go that far as I've gone with it. That's for sure. I want to take a bigger tower, man. But nope, wait a minute. There, I see an alliance plundering there. We'll go there. It's going to take me all night to freaking plunder these towers up because I'm BSing so much. Because you don't use them in anything but. And then you would send them in a KVK and take the health buff. And you used to turn around and leave things in your hospital so they didn't count against you, and you could max out your 300% buff. You can't do that no more. They literally, if you do the math on the 300% buff from KVK, it is literally a zero-sum game of giving back the people what they lost if they spent money. And if they're willing to spend money again. But there is no gain to the system. There is no benefit to having spent money before or spent money after. It's just a zero-sum game.
Well, shit.
You couldn't hear that, could you? That was muted on your end. Little whiskey. Mix me frisky. Yeah. We got beer pressure. Okay, how many? Here's a poll out here. How many people are drinking tonight? I'll tell you guys, when you're watching this COVID thing, you're watching a very historical event in real time. And if you don't have historical context to it, and you believe the marketing and bullshit that they're telling you on the news, you're going to be one of the ones that gets hurt. It's a bad thing. You know, we were talking about earlier because we were drinking. I was like, Walmart can sell booze, but the liquor store is closed in my state. Now, if you don't think that the people who contribute to the Democratic governor in our state are not going to turn around and try and buy liquor licenses up at wholesale prices when they put these people out of business for 2 months? You're wrong. Because there are banking rules against loaning a liquor store money. Rochambeau! I love the name. I'll go first. Yeah, thank you. For those that see the welcome for the M&M money there, she joined the people who sponsor the charity stuff. We are like $27,000 is what we're looking at for April for putting out for money. It's not enough. It sounds like a lot, and it's just not enough. The Leroy Brown. Man, I love that name too. That got this C40 named Leroy Brown. Bad Leroy Brown. But Rochambeau, what kingdom are you in? And did I unmute that? I did. Thank you, Rochambeau. Good to see you too. I'm glad you're in there. We're going up. The number of people in the live stream is going up. It's late Saturday night. People got better things to do, you would think.
Yeah, we're starting to pull a bigger gap in between first and second place now.
The Speed movie just came on. Because you know it's very possible to jump a bus over a 100-foot gap. I remember when they were building that freeway, too. I was actually out in California when they were building that thing. The 232. That sounds familiar. Have we played you before, Rochambeau? Or are we playing you right now? Maybe that's why you're familiar. Hold on. Nope, we're not playing you right now. Hey, I won some prizes. I don't even know what you get for prizes in UAC. I've been out of this, guys, for a loop.
Yeah, what kingdom is everyone from? Give us a shout out. Let us know.
We get some Sky Iron there. And some Musketeer books. So I need to get the 80 for the Sky Iron. $2 billion doesn't mean nothing. Burn him down. Start mega rallying him over and over till he's out of gold. You know what, guys? These big castles get left alone for so long that they have lots and lots of gold because they never really have to spend it. But you challenge them, and all of a sudden they become manageable because they don't have the gold to keep up. They would have to go out and literally buy things that don't exist in order to have gold. Or wait for this, like the event that just happened here recently where they sold gold. Man, I am out of here again. 307 on app on my phone. Oh, I was going to do that earlier for somebody. And I forgot what I was doing.
Did Koji finally make it back?
He had a vape.
I went up for a vape.
Did you fall over?
I did, actually, to the chair. Fortunately, I have one on my deck. Now my buddy cat's trying to face hump me here or something.
I got a retarded cat too. Okay, so now I remember what I was doing. Man, I'm terrible. Add bad memory and then add booze, and it just gets worse. What the hell was I doing? Okay. That's gonna be a bad one. Okay.
Yeah, the booze stopped my cough, so I can't complain.
Cat's biting my headset. Bloody hell.
You know, I don't drink very often anymore. But man, my tolerance is still at a level like I was 20 years old. Okay, so I'm going to post in there. All right, guys. That downloads the new BlueStacks, which is like stupid fast. I mean, it's so fast it's kind of annoying to me. But it also puts the Guns of Glory app in the game for you. You'll have to there's a button to click on that, and then it gives you a Guns of Glory theme. What's up?
The big boy Korean just ported right next to you in the forest.
He's gonna get screwed.
He's digging people out of the forest.
Well, good luck with that. Yeah. I don't know. Travel King's in there. Travel King's as big as anybody. Honestly, the 1,000% in the bottom stats, it helps. It gives you a bigger kill ratio, but it doesn't mean you're going to win. Should I do more pyrite ingots? How many shadow scrolls I got? That's a good question.
Yeah, he's just running a Merc airship and doing trains on everyone.
I'm not going to worry about gems. Gems aren't that big of an upgrade, so I'm not going to worry about them just yet. Knowing now our screen is not online live, Luke, I will need to make a garrison a tower. What the hell is he saying? At 11 and get 5 hours sleep. Okay, so I don't think he punted me. What happened there? I had a red light, now I don't. Oh.
I told you.
Did he punt me? Looks like he punted me.
Look in the forest next to you. Now he's marching you.
I'm sending 5 or 6 marchers at this C40 in the tower in 312 right now. They're asleep, so I'm just fucking killing all their infantry. I want to knock them out and take it.
That's the best game to play right there.
Oh, me teleporting around?
I want him to hit me. Where's his stats?
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, no wonder that was so damn expensive. It didn't switch gear. I swear I changed pages. You guys watch something. I'm going to let him hit me here. We'll find out. I parked next to him. I made it a quick
What did he get you for in the tower?
Oh, that's a good point. We lost 408,000, and he's 2,500 top stats, 5,400 on his regular. So he's a powerful guy, but he should lose this march to me, I would think. We'll find out. All right. Guard weapons can be a good investment. For all those that are just joining, this is freewheeling. If you think it's going to be Guns of Glory only, leave now. It is and it isn't.
Guns of Drunken Glory.
Guns of Drunken Glory. This is This is COVID separation without the separation. Because I'd say that because we just went way up on the concurrent viewers. We've had a nice steady increase as we've been on. Transformation from like the master, yeah, that's good stuff. The transformations, the reason transformation's a bad investment is that you don't get anything back when you disassemble that gear. You will not get any.
Let's see if I can get his attention.
But transformation's big stat jumps. Yeah, it's worth it. Put some food in my stomach here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still here. Oh, it's a scout.
I'm sending scouts at him. I'm trying to get his attention.
Okay. Merlin, have you gone to the kingdoms and zeroed all the little players who can't afford to gold heal and given yourself a couple hour buffer so that you can stack up your points? There's a process to this. It's a set of dominoes. The first thing that we did in this alliance was we went over to the kingdom and just Roma zeroed everybody. Everybody in here.
With great enthusiasm.
Right.
Why is Roma working a nap with the Koreans?
Working what with the Koreans?
What am I missing? I don't know. You know how it is. They start messaging him.
Well, now I'm porting right on that big boy.
Fuck, my game maximized my PC screen and I can't minimize it.
Right?
Yeah, I was in the middle of hitting a tower on 312 and my 362 screen maximized. Took 3 hits, but I knocked the C40 out of the tower on 312. Now I'm sitting in there with a few people.
You can break it down for steel, but you won't get your transformation stuff back, Rochambeau. We were just discussing that, Tom. The what will be the next holiday event? I said May 1st. That's a communist holiday. You can bet. You know, they in America they try to act like it's the environmental day, but the Russians came up with the environmentalism movement back in the 70s, and that's why they coincide on the same day. Both have the same goal: destroy capitalism. I'm so vocal about this because I've been reading about all these things. Like, this has been so good for the environment that everybody's staying home. Never mind the 16 million people without a job. Yeah.
Holy hell, it's one big bot alliance.
Who's that?
Koreans.
Oh, no doubt.
No, I'm watching the way they're marching at towers the moment they're clear. All all these little castles all at the same exact time.
We got a group of players that are not afraid of big stats. You know, so none of these guys in there. You see in our alliance chat right there, like activity beats brawn every time. We're not even afraid of these bigger stats, and you shouldn't be either. If you turn around saying, "Well, he's got better stats than me, I'm going to avoid him," well, avoid him, but avoid him to your benefit. Don't just avoid him. The next big event will probably be right the first month. I cannot see a Chinese-based game ignoring the fact that America is sending out $1,200 checks. I really can't. It would be bad communism and bad capitalism at the same time.
I cut these guys to sleep. It took 3 hits, but I knocked a fucking million troops out with the C40. I'm only C38, so and I don't have. This guy has 1,000% stats on me, but a couple of hits in a row.
Which kingdom?
Totally different one. I'm half of my 362 account and half of my 312 account, so it's 312. I'm hitting German kingdom. I'm loaded, but yeah, this kingdom went to sleep with 1.5 million troops in, and I just hit it 3-4 times. People thought I was crazy, but I killed all the infantry, took it. It's really all it takes. Just kill all the interior infantry. You're gonna walk over them next hit. I'm looking at questions in chat about guards and stuff. I'm so mad about guards lately. They added those shitty guards in, and now I can't get the guards I need for the life of me.
You don't have to watch, man. Just, well, lots and lots of players. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about this earlier today, that lots of players just listen. Yeah, Google knows if you're just listening. I actually can see that stat. If you don't have focus on your screen at the actual video, they know that. They cut down on the ads and stuff for it.
This one guy's got a wonder and barely 400 million power.
Which kingdom?
319.
Are you guys zeroing him and taking it?
477 million power. Got the shield.
I'm at home right now. I mega the tower just cause I'm fucking drunk. When I mega a tower, I look at who's in it because I'm gonna make their stats worse half the time.
A good indication of whether or not you're going to go up against a kingdom that's active, guys, is look at these skins that these people put on. If you see an alliance with a lot of these skins, that's an active alliance. They're playing events.
Oh, for sure. If they got the new ones.
Yeah, they got the new ones, or even lots of the older ones that they just like or something.
I've got the bunny skins on my farms now because I look through this and there's not a whole lot I need my farms to buy, so I figured I'd check out the bunny skin.
Did you get the bunny skin on your farm?
I got it on one of them. I might buy it on one of my 362 farms too. Just to change it up.
Okay.
I'm slurring bad. I'm really near the end here. It's nearly 1 a.m.
more.
One more. Okay.
The one beside me is still full, buddy.
Okay, so I'm going to go in here. I'm going to heal.
One more tonight. I got to remind myself to drink a liter of water before I go to bed so I don't have a massive headache tomorrow.
Yeah, you're just pissed to bed.
I won't do that. I'll just wake up really fucking annoyed.
You have not partied in life if you have not pissed to bed.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just saying. I'm over here doing what I said I wouldn't do, which is speed heal my freaking stuff. Bloody Marys for breakfast.
They got 4 buildings megged in 319.
Yeah. I never cared for the tomato juice thing, which is funny because I like the V8 splashes, which is like half fruit, half tomato juice.
Oh, hot and spicy.
But here's the thing. The V8, I had to quit drinking the V8. They were giving me headaches. There's something they're putting in those. They're trigger headaches. 5 SK plus 4 or 2 Master plus 1 and 3 SK plus 4. You want to keep your SK plus 5 chest piece for a long time. If I remember right. And everything else. Then do your boots and ring first and master. You can mix and match those sets. So SK plus 5 is good for, that's like the last thing you upgrade. Marshall, man, how you doing? I didn't even look. Am I even on camera? I'm leaning back in my chair over here behind a screen.
It's been a while since I've been on Master and Sunken gear, so I can't even really.
Right?
I'm not even sure.
My little screen doesn't even show a picture. It shows black. Are you guys actually seeing video?
I can see you.
Okay.
You're on your light gems. You're showing your gems off at this point.
No, that was hours ago. What the fuck?
Hours?
Hours ago.
You look good on my end.
Oh, yeah. Lean forward. Pull this down. Pull this up. The mic looks better than your face anyway. Yeah, I would agree. That was a handsome younger filler. Getting a little old and ragged now.
Oh, and here come the in-game connection issues again for me.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I lost a march. We have nap with 276. Who's we? Why are we making naps during UAC?
That's a Roma deal.
You know, they probably messaged him individually and asked
I know,
for a nap.
but who's him to think that he can do that?
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have rules against it, I guess. So
But that's speaking for 100 other people without asking before you do it. That's what I'm saying. And
I
this,
think there was a handful of others that agreed with it.
Yeah, there's probably people in chat to say it's okay. We're well ahead at this point, so why not? It happens. If 312, if the Mom Alliance ever goes against Zoo, I'm gonna be like, oh my god. I'm gonna
squash it.
Yeah, you probably will, but
First thing I'm gonna do is hit Koji.
well, no,
well,
Mom.
that'll hurt. That'll hurt you. You don't want to hit my castle over there.
What is the power rating of Mom right now?
You can hit me 20 times. I followed your rules of building tiers on that account. It's okay. Alliances were meant to be, we'll follow this line. If tomorrow I wake up and this alliance is ahead of us, I'm probably going to break whatever nap we have. But for now, if we stay ahead and we beat other people up, it's fine. Because
wow! Suddenly I look back at my screen and I got a whole bunch of Zoo members parked right next to me. I swear, everyone's playing Follow Creep.
Greg, you can mix and match Sun King, Master, and Buck. But you can't mix any of the stuff below that or you'll lose the set bonus. I did that to myself earlier today. We are youngest kingdom this UAC again, but also in first place. I've seen a lot more of that. The younger kingdoms are learning, whereas the older kingdoms, you get the older attitude of, this is how it's done, don't try and break the mold. And the younger kingdoms are starting to learn strategy versus brute force. So you're seeing a lot of strategies, a lot of younger kingdoms make out. Well, I can hear myself slurring.
It's not only that, though. It's the fact that you can be 100 kingdoms behind, and now it's, older kingdoms stop spending, newer kingdoms keep spending. I don't spend at all, but, it just happens, right?
Right. Some point, reality catches up to you that you're not going to outspend people to the top. Because the store is built in a way, the more you spend, the less you get. You would have to.
This is going to get interesting now. Roma, the nap is there, but Roma's got to go to sleep for 5 hours or so, he said. Man, I got to go buy a Google Play card and get some gold in these accounts.
Oh, man, I was supposed to send you one. I forgot.
No. I've been running low on gold for months, so.
I've burned up 80K.
Yeah, that's more than I've ever owned. Like, if I have 40K gold, I'm happy as a pig in shit.
Why? That beer is gone as well. Somebody keeps stealing my beer. Give me over 100K and I burn 25 to 50K gold in UAC. Man, I'll tell you, you're always going to regret it when you don't use your gold to build more troop layers. It costs you more later. Waiting for your... Oh, you're in a bar there, Marshall? Wait a minute. What bar is open? Where are they delivering drinks?
Gotta share this epic rift tonight.
Epic riff.
It's coming.
Damn.
Training speed ups ain't enough for the layers. Besides that, down in your T1, T2s, my God, the annoyance factor of using your training speed ups down there is enough. Just man, what do we got there? I haven't won a March yet.
I beat your 8 seconds.
Oh, they'll ban me for other reasons. It don't matter. They'll just ban this one video. It doesn't matter.
Oh, don't worry, they ain't gonna
This
come after
band,
you for that song.
I'm like addicted to this band Civil War now.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I just watched them get on stage with Sabaton at Waken last year, 2019. They did a few songs with Sabaton.
With the same singer?
No, he wasn't there, but all the old members came up there. They filled up 2 stages.
Nice.
I got the wrong one open. That shouldn't be open. That's why.
Oh, Dow is installing TeamSpeak. I'm gonna have to invite him to this channel. A little late. I'm about to pass out drunk.
We'll just add new blood in, man. See how that works.
One more.
One.
Yeah,
more.
I might have to pour one more. I'm gonna hate fucking life when I'm putting a turkey in the oven. I'm fucking drunk as hell, or just hungover as hell.
Marshall's asking, will we let him on TeamSpeak someday? I'm working on the TeamSpeak thing, guys, to where I'm actually going to add it to Rogers Raiders so that there's like a public TeamSpeak that's just always there until I log on there and hear people just annoying me, and then I'm just going to blow it up. That's what'll happen.
Dow is one of my oldest friends in this game, so he wants on this TeamSpeak. I'm gonna let him.
I'm going to beat him there. That C40 is not reinforced.
Oh, you know him. He was the R5 of Dog. You'd remember him.
Woo,
In 312.
Man, I lost Steve. That was terrible. I haven't won a fight all night. All right, I need to play where other people are playing, apparently. We got a nap with the
I
number
don't
2
know.
guys.
I'm just home.
Well, that. 319's got a lot of treasure.
That's where I'm at.
Plundering what? I don't see nobody plundering there.
No, we're still trying to crack the tower. Everything's megged. We're sending a mega at one right now.
Hold on. I didn't know that. Let me join you guys. Is the
You
mega?
got 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting in there. Man, I gotta find your mega.
One of the 40s is dinging people out of the forest.
Joshua, don't let anybody tell you your stats are low unless you've looked through your own bags and realized that you got a whole bunch of crap you haven't applied to your account. I've had people that have played for a year and given me an account, and I walked in there and looked, and I'm using it as a farm, and there is an entire C30 in their C25. They just never opened it up. It's like they never looked through their bags. They never spent a day and upgraded their account. I swear to God, the next time somebody gives me a farm account, I'm going to film that. Hold on here.
You got 1 minute, 15 seconds.
It's what I just realized that I was not paying attention.
You can still zip it in there.
Wait a minute. I only see one mega rally going. That's a
That's KP's.
Tau Alhojos.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it? Wait a minute.
Oh my god, I love this band.
Hold on,
Oh, shit.
I'm going to have to power it in there. Hold on. Oh, I got punted. Stats are relative to whatever you're in. Look, it's human nature to look at a bigger number and say, well, that number's bigger versus my number, and I automatically am going to lose. It doesn't work that way.
Why won't he try to punt me?
I don't know.
Because you have fucking 50 million troops?
Yeah. You got to remember, I literally wrote the channel name on my freaking castle this time. I am a freaking trophy right now.
Where do I find the address to this TeamSpeak?
Click on 3SS up top.
User disconnected from your channel.
What kingdom was I in? 319? Is that right?
Yep.
User joined your channel.
When I clicked on that, it disconnected me.
No, just click on the 3SS, which looks like the top channel. And on the right side of the screen, it'll give all the info on the TeamSpeak.
Okay, thanks.
Ouch.
Guys, if you haven't watched the video that I put up a couple hours before this live chat on prepping for the next event, watch it and take it to heart. That I'm playing catch up because I took a 4-month hiatus, but you want to be planning the next event so that you get lots and lots of free stuff out of this stuff. That's how you get a multiplier on your growth.
How do I just click the friggin' count address?
Right?
Hey, Gunmuse, that castle sitting next to you in the forest is one good-looking castle.
He's tiny compared to me. We're both sitting there at the 39s, right?
Mine is more purple.
I think I'm about to fly by you though. I think I'm going to hit my 40 before it's. I will be 40 before next UAC. I can put that out there.
I'm going to break a billion power before I hit 40.
And
Hawk's out of troops.
how can he be out of troops?
Oh, you got blasted a lot. I'm half my troops are dead. I'm down half my power, and most of my top tiers are healing.
I'm full.
Yeah, no one's gonna hit you. You're a fucking maniac with 50 million troops.
Oh, I'm looking for a parking spot right now. Get out of the forest. Oh, looky there. Teleport. All right.
I'm going to ding one of these castles on the outside of the forest, I guess.
There's no points in it, but I'm about to freaking start doing the same thing. How many troops? I forgot to show everybody this stat report. I lost 1.5 million when that guy hit me.
Ed Hawk.
Oh, is Hawk on here?
No. He just wrote in Alliance chat that he's out of troops, so he's going to get some sleep.
Oh.
User joined your channel.
Oh, someone joined. Dow?
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
You are live.
Sent me to some other room. I didn't know where I was. Oh, we're streaming?
Well, yeah.
Yep, you're live.
Okay.
You are live on Donnie's channel.
Hey, Gun.
What's up, boss?
Not much. Oh.
You got here late. I'm at the point where I'm like, I gotta go to sleep. I'm drunk, and
That figures.
creep keeps saying, drink one more.
One more.
Yeah.
This is good. Someone else will understand the 312 stuff I'm talking about, because
Oh, God.
most of the time we're on 362 here. We're looking at all the stats, and
I just
half
went.
the time when I talk about 312, people go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm
I
like,
just
"Oh,
went
yeah,
through
Another
and
Kingdom."
deleted a whole bunch of the 312 video off the
Did you
channel.
really?
Well, I have stuff where Trick confessed stealing wonders and working out deals behind everybody's back during the first freaking
I
KVK.
remember that. I remember that stuff. I remember reading the article you did, the Traders of 312 or whatever.
Oh yeah, that put me on the freaking map.
That's
the-
the first thing I ever saw by you, and that's actually what introduced me to the website. And I remember reading it, and I showed it to somebody else. I can't remember who it was. Oh, I think it was Meeks.
Yeah,
Showed you?
no one believed it because Trick was like the master of, if you're not on at the time, you have no clue what's going on, and all of a sudden here is this ongoing resource which was on Rogers Raiders, and Rogers Raiders wasn't designed to be a for-profit website when I started. Literally, I just slapped a name up, and what we got going there? I slapped a name. I slapped the name up and wrote an article to help somebody's like, well, how the hell are you getting first in this event? I said, well, I can't explain that in 144 characters. And that's how Rogers Raiders started, is because you can't explain how to do this stuff in the chat boxes that they give you.
Do you
I
have
find-
push? Do you have push to talk on, or is it just being your background music?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll turn that off.
Oh.
Shoot. I was watching America's Got Talent videos on YouTube.
I could tell.
You can get me banned, boss.
Who the hell let a C-40 get right beside our towers in 362?
Joker. He went to bed.
In the middle?
Yeah, right beside Travel King, right in the middle.
That'd be KP. He's supposed to be staying at home, but he came over here for some reason.
No, Travel King's in KP's spot. He's attacking this guy.
We forgot about Red Guard. We did not run the second Red Guard.
Oh, Dow dropped out here.
He'll be back. Rachel, I will never get a Discord channel. Discord monitors the processor in your PC, and I will not allow that. I asked people for their freaking cell phone numbers, and I won't do that because I'm a privacy nut. Look, Gunmuse is not a gamer tag. I was the first major search engine 3 years before Google existed. I was building search for guns. I had 2 million people a month searching for guns. The left-wing nuts went ape shit on me. I have been the desire of destruction for almost 20 years. The Discord is owned by the Chinese. It's monitored by the Chinese. They run it through major supercomputers to process what you're saying and what you're talking about. I just will not run a Discord channel. It is not secure. I put Discord on there for the World of Warcraft stuff for one of the alliances because they had this outstanding, and I got to admit, it's a good system to joining raids and being involved in the guild stuff. But I also have software that flags anything that's monitoring my CPU. Because I developed technology on some stuff a little bit ahead of everybody else. So I don't want anything monitoring my CPUs on this computer. On the Discord, yeah, Discord. I left gaming for a long time, come back, and everybody's talking about Discord. I'm like, what the hell's Discord?
I'm not a fan of it.
It is a pain in the ass to use. Same thing with Line. It's a pain in the ass to use. Where on Rogers Raiders, I got an open forum. You can go talk. You can talk to Apple guys. You can talk to Android guys. You can talk to PC guys. I'm not. What you see is what you get. I'm not monitoring. I'm not tracking your IP addresses other than the standard who posted what. Unless there's a problem, I don't give a damn.
Hey, Discord was okay for the zombie game I was playing. It's not great for Guns of Glory.
The only thing I ever used it for was for my girlfriend had a Final Fantasy 11 she was playing. She had me join that, and there was like they had alliance chat, so I joined it there, and then that was about it. I've never used it for anything except for text chat.
The new push, there's a thing. What do you want to enable the push to talk in Discord? When you have to when you download that push to talk plugin, that's the feature that starts monitoring your CPU when you try to use Discord for voice. So not a big thing. And then for like the TeamSpeak that we're using now that you're hearing all of us on,
This thing's been around forever.
it's been around forever. It's a very light load. It's very high quality. But more importantly,
This when I played Unreal Tournament, and that was back in '99.
I didn't finish it last week, but I was building a Discord server that I personally hosted. That way that I wasn't even going through a third party for TeamSpeak. Rather, I said Discord. But I was installing the TeamSpeak software on my servers. I own a server farm out in Dallas, Texas. I've been doing this since the days of Counter-Strike and what's the other one? What's the other one other than Counter-Strike? There, Drew, you remember? You were talking about the other day.
Oh, there's
Sorry.
quite a few of them from early on. Counter-Strike, Day of Defeat, Half-Life, any of the Valve-based games.
Yeah. I ran the Valve stuff. And then I do believe I got a deal working with a Chinese gaming. They'll sell you silver in K362 right now. They'll sell you silver in any one of your kingdoms. They're one of them third parties. You buy loot from them, companies. And but
I've never done that.
Oh, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry to sell in-game loot. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft was $2
When I
billion.
found out people could sell their accounts. Remember, somebody sent me a link to a website. This was like a year ago. PlayerUp.com. Something I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. And they were selling castles on there for like $3,000, $4,000. I was like, "Are you serious?"
They're asking. People got to get the reality between the ask price and the sell price. The T12 calculator that I just put up, I bought a C40 and 212 for $500. I played it for 6-7 weeks under the radar. This thing was a maxed out castle at the time. And when I say maxed out, it had the $300 a piece farming gear on it. And I paid $500 for the whole castle. I did the T12 calculator, and then somebody offered me $700 for the castle I paid $500 for, and I sold it. I was like, well, I got what I wanted. All I wanted out of it was the calculator, was to be able to do calculator math. That's always the problem in 312. Like when I moved the little 3-man farm next to the wolf.
The problem in 312 is STR.
Well, Trick
we all know that.
Trick could never get it around his mind that I could not have the mouthiest people on the planet on film. He couldn't understand that. And because you guys remember, I was one of the top castles in the kingdom, and I was in STR, and then I just quit, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, I just can't have that crap in them. And it's like I kept going back to STR, but then
Was Miller in there when you were in STR?
He was never the problem he was then. Miller is a pain in my ass right this second. He's monitoring. Miller is in this live chat right now. Yeah. Miller is in this live chat right now. I guarantee you that man is so obsessed with me, he cannot let anything go. He has a castle sitting in my farm spot in 362 right now that says freaking...
Miller's obsessed with these nuts.
There's a psychological problem there that is deep, and I mean deep.
Well, he was actually in Dad when I joined, and I liked him. We were cool for a long time, and then all of a sudden one day he vanishes, and he joined ASG, and I was like, well, what the hell's going on? Did he leave? Did he quit? Whatever. And I messaged him. He's all, oh, he was doing a tour around the kingdom making friends, and I'm like, oh, okay. And the next thing I know, he's in STR, and he never left.
You got to understand. You got to understand. Trick. Trick had at least one spy castle in every alliance in 312, long before that became a drama institution. They literally set out a plan from their previous kingdom to control 312 from the get-go. And then when I figured out what they were up to, I went, yeah, I don't play that game. And what I didn't understand was when I moved over there, I was still doing my own little testing alliance when I was trying to figure out a wolf calculator. And Mom, they had the kingdom rules. Like, well, the kingdom rule is you can't be farming in somebody else's alliance. And I started hitting STR. And STR freaking was, and it's like, well, it's like, and then I started hitting was B&W or whatever they were, the woman that was in charge of that. And then when we were still, I moved over to Mom, and then barbecue was pissing me off. The reason barbecue was, and I should say barbecue's pissing me off, but barbecue wasn't on enough, nor did he have the desire to use his strength to control the problems.
Yeah.
He was the strongest.
When I first started, he used to pop in whenever we had issues and help us out. And I thought Mom and Dad were like really tight. And then
Same guy.
Everything got weird.
Same guy.
Yeah. I remember barbecue.
But barbecue had a job where he goes over and he tests metals over in China before they ship in the United States. and he would spend 2 or 3 months out of the country. So he would come back and he'd play catch up. And it was caught, and the catch up money was more than spending a little bit at a time. And that's why I felt bad for him. I knew what it was. I knew what his problem was, and I understood. And then I told him, I said, I went and I built an account on 362 when it first opened up. I did about 2 weeks there, and I went back and I told Barbecue at the time, I said, look, I don't think you can, without you, Barbecue, controlling the problem that is an STR, I don't think STR will ever or 312 will ever stabilize. And I mean, it was just one of those things where I understand the long-term view. I understand people. We've got the people they're trying to work out their life problems via a video game. And that's not my goal. At that time I built 362, I was deciding whether or not Rogers Raiders was going to become a long-term viable website. Am I going to throw 20 grand at Rogers Raiders next year? And that was literally the decision I was making on January 1st of 2019. It's like, am I going to stick with this, or am I going to go start from the ground up? And the reality was there was a couple things I didn't know in 312. One, I didn't know how strong I was. I had no clues beating while the SDR guys were higher up on the leaderboard, my stats blew them away. With exception of, what was his name? The guy that wound up burning all of
Cat's
it.
dropping out a bit.
Who was the guy that burned Mad?
Oh God, Killer
Oh,
Alge?
me.
Was that Killer Alge?
No.
In 362?
No,
Was
in
it
312.
Yeah, remember
312.
he burned us? Remember when we all got together and they fried us?
He left STR, and then he burned Mad.
And he wouldn't
Demon.
go away.
Demon.
Demon
Oh
Apostle.
yeah.
Demon was a godsend for knowledge. I learned more about this game from Demon than anybody. Demon suffered from frickin' migraines to an epic proportion. Worse than I do. And it was, you just had to understand that once you get and I suffer from it myself. It's like, once you get a migraine, your thought processes aren't always on the forefront like you think they should be. You sound like you're babbling, even though there's like 5 million things going on in your head at one time. The Demon was brilliant. I learned the game from Demon, and Demon probably had, well, not probably, he did have better stats than I did. But he left SCR for the same reason I did, and that was, you got to the point where you realized Trick was a liar. Everything he told you was a lie. He was really good at selling the lie. And the funny thing is Trick is smart. If Trick wasn't such a slime bag of a human being, he would be one of the best people ever to be around. But he's a scumbag who cannot help himself but try to manipulate somebody that would do him a favor if he just asked. He never could understand that all he had to do was ask. He didn't need to manipulate. And eventually, Trick was always burning his own bridges. And this is where it gets into, like, Greg, the 410, we're talking about 312 right now and 362, and 410, same problem. I went into 410, I built a new alliance, and I was going to try some new things for the website with 410.
You there.
And they stalkers, man. There's no other way to put it, but they're stalkers. They're not enjoying themselves, they're not having fun. They think they're gonna aggravate me into quitting this game. And the reality is, my goal was never the game. The goal was the military charities. I know from being I was a National Deputy Chief of Staff for the Veterans of Foreign Wars. We run bars and we run bingo and things like that, and that's where we raise money. We raise millions of dollars a year doing that. But I went into the deep math when I was the National Deputy Chief of Staff, and I went, okay, how we're raising money doesn't work because we went from Vietnam to Gulf War. And the year gap was so drastic. Plus, the world changed into, my God, when I went in the military, we all went out partying and drinking until the wee hours of the night, come back and slept for 2 hours. Just rough, tough, it was like a 1940s war movie. And then we got into Clinton era, where they would literally charge you with a DUI if you were walking on the base with 0.1% alcohol in your blood. The point was to stop. Oh, it got bad. And so that's where, and then society changed. You had the moms and the mad mothers against drunk driving, the dads against drunk driving type things. And the anti-drunk driving thing came out there, and that was a spawn of, so people were leaving the military and they're like, I can't afford to get pulled over for a DUI no more, because even though it's still considered a misdemeanor in all 50 states, it's a misdemeanor that'll cost you 10 grand, and no company will hire you if you have a DUI on your record. Matter of fact, down here in New Mexico, where we're in the oil field, if you have more than 2 traffic tickets in 1 year, you can't work your $800 a day job because you got 2 speeding tickets. They've taken the drunk driving thing to a whole new level of, we told you how to control how you run your life. You failed to run your life the way we told you to, and now we're not going to allow you to make money.
Koji.
What was that?
Koji. Are you plundering?
He says right there he's going to go out for a vape.
Oh, I didn't hear. Sorry.
Oh, no, he typed it in chat. So, Greg, when you're asking about 410, I built a castle in 410 and didn't pay attention to it. And I come back to 410, and 410, literally, STR didn't know that I hadn't paid attention to it. That's the Miller, the Trick, and all the guys. They went and built 10, 12 castles over there. They went and spent money in 410 to outpower me so they could abuse me. All those videos you see on the 410 stuff that are out there, I held Kingdom 410 hostage with a C-26 for 2.5 months and did nothing. I didn't spend any money, did nothing. These guys are playing at a level when they're challenging me verbally that they cannot comprehend. And then what's bad is Kingdom 410 was a lot of European users. You had the socialist type thinkers. And anytime you had a woman who tends to be liberal, and I'm not belittling this. I know it sounds belittling, but I don't mean to be. I like my women liberal. The problem winds up being is when they don't understand that you can't all stand behind the one big guy spending money. That's the problem with
my women like I like my coffee. Ground up and in the freezer.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that.
I had to wait for that one.
Sorry,
Ground
YouTube.
up and in the freezer.
Bus gap scene. Bus gaps. Oh, the bus gap. You was talking about the friggin'. I know the bus can make it. Man, that bus has got the same engine my dump truck does, and I can guarantee you I couldn't jump that gap in my dump truck. Wait a minute. Why I got red lights going, guys? But yeah, that's why the 410 never. I never. There was a woman that was made king, the first king in 410, right? And I brought her into the gun muse room where I had leaders who'd been playing the game for 2 years, and would have been happy to explain to her how to build a kingdom so that it doesn't self-destruct. She took offense to anybody saying anything to her, mouthed off, ran her mouth to me, and I went, bitch, be gone. And then that's where it started the K410 stuff. I was like, you are not going to walk into that room full of the leaders in this game and tell them they don't know shit, you got it all under control. Now, where she screwed up was she didn't realize the power of YouTube. I went out there, did that first video. It must have been thousands of players on YouTube that PM'd her what a cunt she was. I didn't tell them to do that. They just did it. And then she played the victim card. Oh, you were out there telling everybody to attack a woman. I'm like, no, I didn't tell them to. They felt the need that your shit isn't going to be tolerated. That's what they felt. But I don't know what the hell he's going to do. Wow, he took a big chunk out of me. I ain't making any points, but I'm damn sure.
Wait, what can I?
Man, I am losing offensively and defensively. What the hell? Somebody in 319s was named Wile E. Coyote. All right. Whoever's in 319 apparently watches my videos and know that I have a farm named Wile E. Coyote. Oh, that hit me again there, Wile E. Coyote, because apparently I was in farm gear. Try that. Hold on. Let me go back to my heel gear and actually heal and make him hit me again. He's going to think he's going to win next time, but he's not going to. You better be listening to live chat because I'm about to eat that march. The Kingdom Heal. And I'll gold heal to do it. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I've wasted so much gold in the past couple weeks.
That's what it's
I've been
for.
averaging 350K to 400K every dang UAC.
Wow, okay, well, then I'm gonna quit whining. I've only gone through about 100K. It's like I got so used to not having any gold when I finally got up to like 300K. I was like, oh wow, I got a ton of gold, and I just slowly spend it.
Oh, Greg, the popularity hit on me is insane. If I don't change my name for New World, I can't get anything done. It's I got people who don't even have a chance of winning, just hitting me so they can have a stat report that they can share. And from a promotion standpoint, it's good. It really is. I've had people who have hit me and then did shout outs because they were the king in their kingdoms. So it's a promotional standpoint. It's good. What's funny about Miller and Trick and all that crew is if I really went and videoed what they've done and how they've done it and built a series on that, it would be a bonanza for income for the website. And I may still do it, but the problem is I don't want Rogers Raiders to be about the people who need therapy and they're using the game in a replacement for it. Because I've said it on video many times. This, I've said it in my alliances chats when I was running the alliances is this is not your therapy. We are not your therapist. If you're having emotional problems in real life, logging on and taking it out on 100 random people, A, is not going to fix the problem, and B, is just not going to be tolerated by me. And this comes from years of me being in charge of people in combat. That's just one of your jobs. You are the company therapist when you got 30, 40 people underneath you. It's like, to talk about the shitty jobs you have in the military. Guys, if I have somebody who bounced a check, I got to help them manage their checkbook. Okay. I had a couple of Marines underneath me that got caught cheating with another man's wife. You want to talk about a Marine that is persona non grata around other Marines? That's the guy. But at the end of the day, he's still a Marine. And guys, I was in the Navy, and it's weird to talk about Marines, but I had Marines underneath me for the last 2 years.
That just sounded wrong, Gun.
Right? Hey, you know how many you know why they put Marines on Navy ships, right? Sheep would be too obvious.
You know, 300 sailors went down on a sub and 150 couples came up.
I miss the days when you could tell a raunchy joke and it wasn't considered inconsiderate. But at the same time, for my sense of humor, I love Bob Hope. It's intellectual comedy. You watch some of the old 1940s, 1950s comedy, and they were dirty jokes, but you weren't supposed to get them. If you were too naive, then you didn't get the joke. And which is same if watch some old Bugs Bunny cartoons. Everybody goes like, why is all your farms named after characters? And that's because Bugs Bunny was very intellectually elevated. They were very adult orientated cartoons.
Yeah, they were. But you didn't realize it when you were a kid.
You didn't know any equipment. That's bad. I always felt sorry for the Marines that weren't in my unit on board the ship, because those guys, basically, you had a piece of canvas that you slept on with a 3-inch mattress, and that was your life for 6 months. Marines on a deployment are treated like shit, like beyond. Here's a funny fact, okay? Our brig was 8 foot by 8 foot, and it was illegal to put somebody in our brig because it wasn't big enough. Meanwhile, I slept with a steam pipe 11 inches above my head.
What was his
for
name?
for 5 years.
No, they were below him, remember?
Sorry.
The joke I always remember, what sound does shit make when it hits a fan?
I don't know. Marines.
That was a good one.
I'll tell you. Now here's the thing. In 95, we were doing the extraction of the Marines from. Everybody's seen. Most of you have seen Black Hawk Down. That was 1993.
Oh, good movie.
Okay, I was there. When the Humvees are running through the street and they're going, "You need to tell us before the turn." I'm the asshole trying to take the 18-second delay out of the comms. All right, because the Clinton administration had to have everything wired through Washington before the Marines got the information. That's why there was an 18-second.
Stupid.
There you go. So and I preference that because in 1995, when I was back in there, I was actually working for the Marines at that point in time, and I took the 18-second delay out by cutting Washington out of the loop. Now, I call it the folding umbrella. The whole city cascalated on us when we were extracting Marines in 1995. The only reason that you don't have a historical moment that said 220 Marines were killed on the beach in Somalia today was because of the warrant officer that was in charge of me. I won't repeat his name, but he violated a presidential order and issued ammunition when he wasn't supposed to. The reason he did that is he had 19 and a half years in the Marine Corps. He had taken $30,000 of his savings that he had saved up, and he loaned it to his buddy in Louisiana, who had invented a new ink. This new ink was going to be used in comic books because it didn't rub off on your fingers. You can remember the old 1980s comic books, the ink rubbed off on your fingers.
Yeah.
He'd loaned him $30,000 and got $30 million back. So his philosophy at that time was, I'm going to issue ammunition. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Fire me? You know, he was rich at that point. But I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to say like, oh well, I'm rich. What the hell are you going to do to me? This brain went to the mat for me more than a few times because I got busted in rank. He went to the captain of the ship and said, "You're going to give him his rank back, or we're not doing shit on this ship." Period. He gave the 06 in charge of the Navy an ultimatum over me. He didn't get what he wanted, but at the same time, I got left alone by the Navy. I'd been on that ship for 5 years. I watched 3 crew changes. Every officer on the ship had changed 3 times. Every member of the crew had changed 3 times. I was involuntarily extended, is the polite military term we'd put that.
I am back.
My
He's alive. We
my-
just passed out.
my attitude was less than zealous. So we did this extraction of the troops out of there, and we called it the unfolding umbrella. That was also the year that we caught Osama bin Laden. Now, how many of you out there know that we had Osama bin Laden in captivity in 1995?
We had him in a CIA hospital in the 90s. They were treating him for some crap in a hospital down in
I was 4 feet from the man in freaking Somalia.
Yeah. He was our friend for quite a
shit.
while.
What did I miss?
Okay, so in 1991, when Clinton was running for president, the Pakistanis were sent in to quell a warlord in Somalia because the warlord was stealing all the food that the Hollywood and the paparazzi, remember the We Are the World, we're going to feed the children?
Live Aid.
Live Aid. They shipped food over Somalia. They put it out there on the port, and this warlord the warlord stole all that food. They didn't tell you that on the news. And that he was using that food as currency to feed his army of terrorists. So the Pakistanis from the United Nations was sent in to quell the warlord in Somalia. Now, the Pakistanis landed. We had to go in and secure the airfield with SEAL Team 3 at the time. And we spent 10 days on the ground. This was before the History Channel even says we're in Somalia. This was in September. Okay.
Well,
if
we're
you're
all over the place and nobody realizes it.
right.
I don't think the United States citizen, the average citizen, has any clue how many bases we have around the world.
Oh, this is
We have
the
a base in like 182 bases outside of the United States, something like that, I believe.
there's a viable plan put out by a guy who sells stocks that talks about how fast you could take out the U.S. military because of how spread out we got underneath the Democrat years. They cut down on the military so badly during the Democrat years that if they wanted to hit us militarily in a spread out around the world fashion, it would cripple us.
Yeah, but who's got the power to do that?
North Korea,
There's only
China.
North Korea by themselves?
Yeah, they sure do. They really do. For people who don't realize that China is all over Africa right now. I mean, China is.
Well, not just Africa, all of Southeast Asia also. They're doing that Belt and Road Initiative, and they're building bases in the Middle East and Africa. And
well, this is like the coronavirus. You know, that's in the news right now. The reason the coronavirus spread through Italy so fast was because China bought Italy. When it was being bailed out by the European Union under Obama, China went in and said, you know what? If we just buy all these going out of business factories, we can have the Made in Italy stamp on everything we build.
Well, let's not forget all the property they own in the United States.
But you
They
can't.
own a large quantity of property.
Now that's an argument that's gone around, that's gone all the way back to the '80s when the Japanese were doing it, and I will say I'll tell everybody the same thing. You can't take it with you. You can buy all the property in the United States you want to, but you can't take it with you. So who cares? If you're willing to take your money, spend it in our country, have at it. Good stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got distracted. 91. Okay, we were secured the airfield, and the Pakistanis landed, and the Pakistanis unloaded all their arms and bullets and everything else. 10 days later, the Pakistanis get back on an airplane. They don't take a single bullet with them, and a young man by the name of Osama bin Laden became an arms dealer. So when you fast forward to the year 2008, 2010, when we're going after Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, it shouldn't surprise you that Osama bin Laden is across the street from a Pakistani army base.
Bloody hell! I went drinking on the deck, and I came back to politics.
Well, we're not talking.
We're not
This
talking
is
politics.
this is history.
Fucking
History.
military history.
This is history. This
Okay.
is not debatable. This stuff happened. Politics is about the debate of today. This shit just happened. But unfortunately, when people are disconnected from the history, they don't understand the politics of today, right?
Absolutely.
And this is one of these things where, both in my military life, my civilian life, this has just been a portion of what I've had to deal with over the years. Because, like, if you go through my LinkedIn, guys that are on my LinkedIn, you go in there and go, Muse knows a lot of people who can kill people. You know, most of my LinkedIn account is filled with special forces operatives who are looking for a job somewhere in the world who needs a problem solved, is the best way to put it. We call them contractors,
I know Chuck Norris.
right?
Can I interrupt you for 1 sec? Koji,
What's up?
are you plundering?
No, I'm at home defending, and my tower is being scouted as we speak.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if he was here.
We didn't take any
Defending
towers.
in both kingdoms now.
We not only did not take any towers in 319, those guys effectively pushed us back pretty good, guys. 319's a threat.
We're in 42, I think.
319.
We're in first place right now.
Hold on, I need to put this in chat.
We are.
319's a pushover as long as we could push them out. We got bigger guys than them, just not very many are active at the moment.
We're 12,000 ahead of second place over there, and we're
That could
1,000 ahead of second place over here.
Actually, over here we are 18,000 ahead, or 1,800.
Yeah, 1,800. That's about right.
Somebody was saying we lost our towers, but I don't think we did.
Not yet. Someone's attacking mine now.
Well, this is the first UAC in a while I've actually gone out plundering. Ugh. ESO.
I hear you.
ESO.
You're good on my end.
What is ESO? What's that name? Okay.
You go, B.
Creep, what's up?
How you doing, bud? You're still vertical?
Creep, This is Dow. He's one of my best buddies from 312.
Yeah, I gathered
Nice to meet
that
you.
when you were passed out on the front stoop there.
No, I went to take a shit at some point here.
Well, thanks for sharing, bro. I appreciate that.
That'll be once you get to know Creep, he'll tell you every time he's going.
Oh, okay.
He's also the guy who drives me to drinking more.
Oh, so that's why you became such a lush.
I went to bed. I was like going to bed 2 hours ago, and he was, just have one more. In fact, I don't have one in front of me right now. I should go pour one, shouldn't I?
I would find it really odd if you popped up in chat and didn't say you were drunk.
Yeah, that's me.
It's becoming like a daily thing, dude.
Well,
I'm sitting at home with my kids 24/7 for the last like month.
And I thought I had problems.
It's just I need a drink now.
he blames it on the kids.
Oh, dude, they've got me going. They're kicking my ass, dude. They've got me on 2 forms of immunotherapy right now.
Yikes.
I have to take these pills once a night, and then once a week I have to go in and take an intravenous thing for like 4 hours.
4 hours. Ugh.
Well, it's not chemo. Be happy about that, but it still messes with you.
Oh, I'd
Giggles is
imagine.
back.
Who's Giggles? I'm defending at this point because I'm gonna pass out soon. I'm gonna go pour one more. I'll be right back.
You're gonna pass out.
I'll pour one more.
You're about to pass for one more.
I am.
One
It's
more.
2 a.m.
About-
here. It's
about?
it's yeah. Oh, don't get creep started on that.
I'm sorry, dude. I love the Canadian accent. I really, really do. I've had.
Hey.
I've had requests for me to say a boot.
When I played Unreal Tournament, I had a friend that was from Canada also. He was from up north, the central. Oh God, what the hell was his nickname? Was Nuff Said. And I used to get on team chat with him, or voice chat with him, and make fun of him too. That dude was cool. He actually sent me a CPU. That was pretty cool.
Nice. All right, I'll go pour one more.
All right, one more.
Play some Bay of Pigs while I'm waiting.
One more than the floor. Who is that?
That's Koji's request.
Yeah, Bay of Pigs?
Now you guys can hear me.
It's called Civil War. The song is called Bay of Pigs.
Okay, so for some reason my audio got muted for the viewers. I'm sorry, guys.
Members and singer from Astral Doors.
Okay, Greg, on the castle giveaway, I am going to give away a castle. It's going to have Splendor gear on it. All you have to do to qualify for that is to be one of the members who gives the platinum membership on the join channel. All right, I'm gonna give it so you're going to get at least $100 gear on that. It's
Guns muted in TeamSpeak here.
Maybe on purpose?
there we go. Well, I don't need to be muted on purpose. I forgot to walk back. So I'm giving away the castle. It's going to have Splendor gear on it. All you got to do is be a member of the platinum membership for the join. All that money goes to charity. This is where we were talking about earlier. This is how we got off in the military thing. Was I was talking about the distance between the Vietnam War and the first Gulf War was almost 30 years, and the DUI problem was, while we raised money in our military charities by owning bars, is the way we've done it for almost 100 years. Can't do that no more. So what Rogers Raiders is doing is something that's never been done before. Is we're providing a service in exchange that if you want, you can volunteer money to us for our military charities. We don't have to hang out in front of Walmart. We're hanging out in front of you digitally. And then the goal of Rogers Raiders long term is not for me to be out here. It's for other military people who are taking leadership in their games to be doing their channels, and I promote them. So we're going to be moving up to the next level. I have a good long plan here to promote and push people, not just push myself. I'm not trying to be famous.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, for anybody who followed Gumuse for 20 years, you realize one of the problems I had with Gumuse was I didn't put my name out in front of it. Had I put my name out of it so they were attacking a person, they never would have got away with what they got away with. I just didn't want to be famous. I didn't want to be known. I was building something out there that needed to be built, and we're a defender of the First Amendment rights, but we got slapped with a gun word, and they attacked us because, oh my God, you used your free speech to talk about the word about a gun. How dare you? And I'm sitting there going, it's free speech. Do you not comprehend what those words mean? And they don't. At the end of the day, it's about, they think whatever they said should be the word, should be the gospel and not anything else. Greg's one for. I don't have that many platinum members, Greg. I'm going to be honest with everybody. Look, we're going to raise about $27,000 this month from the donations and the giveaways, and I've got corporate companies who give me money to make sure we can do what we're doing that you guys don't see on the digital side. But I mean, I'm a licensed tax entity in the state of New Mexico, and I've got companies who give me money, even though the oil fields are down, they're still giving me money. So I gotta say thank you to all, to a bunch of the oil companies out there that throw money my way. They I don't know if they do it because they want to do what we're doing, or if some of these companies are trying to bribe me into being their representative for their tech services down the road. But there's a little bit of that.
When is the castle giveaway anyway? I just noticed Greg's comment.
1st of May. 1st of May.
That's like 20 days away.
Yeah. So that's that castle. I'm going to be giving away a bunch of castles for the dollar. All right, guys. I haven't found them yet. I'm going to announce this, but I'm not going to announce the giveaway yet. The reason I'm not going to announce the giveaway is I can't figure out where the hell I put them. I got you guys who give $1 a month, and it's a big freaking stinking number of people who give $1 a month. And in appreciation of that, I have somewhere 2 godless dollar coins. Okay, they're worth about $350 a piece, and I'm going to give away the dollar coins, 1 per month, if I can find the damn things, to the people who donate $1 a month. Because you guys think $1 a month doesn't mean that much, but it really does. When you're talking about the number of people that we have going through, it's an insane amount of money. If you don't realize, it's hard to realize if you look at the YouTube stats, you say, oh, he's got 5,000 users. Not even close. I got, 19,000 over on Rogers Raiders that are signed up. And those are the people who sign up. Only about 3% of the traffic signs up to something. So when you're seeing 18,000 people, it's not even close to the number of eyeballs that I reach each month. That's why we are in negotiation with game developers to launch games underneath our platform. I'm not happy with where I'm at for launching a game. So that's the only reason that hasn't happened. I got about 8 companies that are trying to launch a game off of us. I've been doing this web stuff since the 90s. I know what the real math is versus the marketing and bullshit math. I'm never comfortable walking over to a company and saying, oh, here's our bullshit math that everybody else tells you. If I told you the number of hits per month we got it'd be like 48 million per month. Oh, that's a lot of hits. Hits don't mean squat. I look at things in real viewers, real time. I treat my webpage like it's a TV channel. Always have, because that's when you use that math, you know where you stand when you move forward. I know how many people will follow me to the next stage. It's a true following is what it comes down to.
Times
Yeah.
2 a.m. 2 a.m.
One more.
I managed to.
Is it really?
Well, it
Wow,
is
you do
in
live far
Halifax.
away. It's 10 p.m. here.
Managed to speed both my castles to C38 tonight, so I got a C38 and
You know what?
312 and a
Bite
C-
me.
Oh,
C38 and 362.
Bite me.
Rochambeau just had a good thing. What the fuck? I have, or sorry, it's not what the fuck. It's why the face. I have all the gold guards maxed, and I still cannot finish the guard expedition. Guard weapons count. Okay, Rochambeau.
You have all the newest guards maxed?
Yeah, if you've got all 6-star guards maxed out, if you spent that kind of money on your guards, guard weapons count in those stats. So you're not done, I'm betting.
It's not like guard expeditions gives you any good shit after you get to a certain point. I'm like, yay, I'm getting 200 artisan materials from a castle level.
I'm not going down on I'm not finished on anything.
What I'm happy about is I want to have the expeditions knocked out so that I can get everything inside the where you can buy stuff.
Right? I can't buy the airship parts. I can't buy the airship parts every day. That's a bad part.
Yeah.
No, even with Airship 70 and as high as you can get Sky Iron, you need like the max Sky Iron to get the end.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
how I missed the day where we used to get the gears and the daily deals.
Right?
Well, yeah, back when Airship Gear 7 was cheap, and now it's been rare for like a year and a half now.
Oh, it's never been cheap.
Oh, by the way, OG, I was wrong. I didn't have enough to go 69. I'm still like 15 million shy. Yeah. Oh well. It's really
You gotta
annoying, dude,
you gotta
to see
hold off on
castles
that
lower than
69.
me. It's really annoying to see castles lower than me with 70 airships. It's like, damn, I really messed up. I've been doing it for so long that I have to catch up now, and it's like everything I do, I just throw XP into my airship.
Gregory, about 15% seems to be the giveaway on stats. So if you're seeing 6,000 stats, 4,500 stats can compete with 6,000. You got to spend more gold to compete, but you can compete.
Hey, where does your chat come through? YouTube?
Yeah, we're on his live YouTube chat now.
RogersRaiders.com/live will now be the permanent home for the live freaking URL.
If I go there, can I see the chat?
Yep. RogersRaiders.com/live.
Simple enough.
I've been happy as a pig in shit since I got Airship 70 because I get to max my damage stats out.
out. Okay, so let me get some
Maxed
here.
out.
My Canadian accent will present itself more the more I drink.
Right?
Maxed out.
It's a boot.
It's not like you guys have a gnarly accent. It's just a couple little words here and there. I mean, you have less of an accent than people that live in New York.
Right?
But do you have a guardianship?
Damn it. Okay.
Rogers Raiders.
That's a good indicator when Koji's drunk.
I have got to do
Well, you would know. I talk to you every day.
I've got to do a video on Rogers Raiders for people to know what Rogers Raiders are, because they don't have a clue who the Rogers Raiders are, because it's an important point in American history and they don't realize that it's a 250 year. It's the beginning of what became known as special forces, small elite
What do I
teams
get
working
about
together.
this right?
I was gonna say it's familiar to me, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I actually love history.
Rogers is the
Queens
last name.
Rangers.
Rogers is the last name. Queens Raiders was
Queens
another.
Rangers.
Queens
Yeah,
Rangers.
they were English, weren't they?
They were
Originally?
no,
Yeah.
they were bought. They were a mercenary group that the Queen bought. They were rebought.
But they were related to the crown, is what I meant. I should.
Well, that's who most famously used them against George Washington. But they were it was a mercenary unit at the time. But the point to Rogers Raiders is, as a point to American history, was they were the most effective small unit tactics in the history of the world. No one killed more people than Rogers Raiders did.
All
Very
this gold.
very effective unit.
Caribou.
Oh, sweet.
I have no wildfire weapons yet, Ramshabu.
You know what? I was a little disappointed that in the event they weren't selling any Gustav frags.
Gustav Rex.
Yes, I want some Gustav frags.
Oh,
I just want to max him so I stop getting his fucking frags.
I'm stuck at 2, bro. I'm stuck at 2-star. Oh, Gaston. I'm sorry, Gaston. My bad.
Oh,
I said
Gaston.
Gustav.
I want his frags.
Yeah, I got 67 out of 80 to go to the 3rd star. It's like I see other people that are like 6 stars. It's like, oh my god.
Since they added all these Asian guards like Hua Hulan and all these fucking, they
Hey,
give
don't
you
make
these
fun of
useless
Mulan.
They suck. They're worse than like Benoit.
I don't use them for anything, dude. I just leave them there.
Trust me, in 1 year they'll probably have Ho Chi Minh.
right.
Probably.
In a year, they're gonna have guard masturbation tools or something.
Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Well,
And
he's
then
Japanese, at least he's not Chinese.
And then we'll see like Khrushchev and guards like that then.
Khrushchev. Ah, ah.
A 4,500 stat castle can compete with a 6,000 stat castle. Gregory, I mean what I'm saying there. Look, you can give up 15% of your stats, and what happens is you lose a percentage more of your march. You cannot think of these numbers as linear numbers, like 6,000's more than 4,500, so they win. It becomes, think of them more of a percentage of march loss.
I only have 4 of the. I only have 4 of the wild whatever weapons.
Marshall, they flagged you. The Asian guards are useless. There is nothing offensive about that statement, but YouTube flagged him.
No,
Yep.
those little the new Asian guards are way weaker than even the old pink guards.
Yeah, I don't use them for anything, dude. I just use Well, are we talking about having them equipped or using them in your marches?
Just equipped, period. They're weaker. If you max
Yeah.
those guards out, they're weaker than like Benoit and all those Kitty.
No, I still use Kitty and all that.
I think about an hour ago I said I was going to move over here and defend something, and I still haven't yet.
I'll tell you one thing about those new guards. When you're running 5 marchers at a time, running a whole fucking alliance to the ground, they come in handy.
For the marches, stuff's useful. I agree. I mean, I still upgrade them as I go, but it's not like I'm going way out of my way to do it.
Yeah, I usually just click 2 buttons, so I don't go out of my way either.
It's with all these spam castles around our alliance, man.
Look at ours.
Look out,
We're
we got a
surrounded by
Texan in here.
Oh, well, I think maybe I should leave. There's only like 2 of us left in this kingdom. Oh no, 1, 2, 3.
Which king you be in?
I'm in 42, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I just
they
got knocked
are
out of my
marching on
tower.
me. They are marching on me. Why did I not get a warning?
You probably did.
Scout.
You were
It's a
ignoring
scout.
it.
No, it's not. Oh, there it is. Let's see what this guy looks like. What?
I just got knocked out of my tower.
I just got scouted by. Oh, is it a 28?
I'm betting that I don't even get into a tower here in
I
our
should burn him,
kingdom.
huh?
I'm gonna
I set up
mourn
my
out.
March. I set up my March with your T11 calculator gun, but I haven't got to use it to do anything yet.
I need to modify that.
Calculators and attack march.
Yeah,
I know.
they need to. They need to be. The
You have to
calculator.
adjust that T11 calculator if you're going to a defense march to defend a tower. You have to actually adjust it.
I'm going to separate the calculator so people have two freaking calculators to deal with. One that's more defensive and offensive. Yeah, as people watch on the live, they see me hitting the sliders all the time. You know, and I'm the guy that writes the calculators. I don't use the defense. I don't use, while my base calculator, I literally wrote it right off my own website when I filled it in the other day. But for what I'm doing, it's a base calculator. You need to make adjustments.
It says right on there to make adjustments yourself.
Make the adjustments. You've got to learn what each of those subclasses do and why they do it, and make adjustments while you're doing it. But at the same time, I'm sitting here drunk.
I made a video today because Ali was asking about the Master Mayhem versus Spinebreaker and the Tower Topper. I made a small 3-minute video today explaining how I leave my, you set your
Are you
markers
still
up.
using Spinebreaker?
No.
Okay.
I adjust between a bunch. I have my own marches, right? So I use Master Mayhem, but I leave about 50,000 swing room for your top tiers, so you can send offensive or defensive marches.
I don't see no new video. What channel did you put it on?
My old Project Zomboid channel on the Ass Reaper channel.
Well, put it on your new channel.
Ass Ripper channel?
Did you literally just say Ash Reaper?
Unfortunately, my name on that channel was Ass Reaper, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Reaper. Well, that's not that bad, I guess.
It's a
Not-
hot sauce. It's
not-
just a hot sauce.
It's not something that you want to talk about in public. That's why it's not something we want to promote that way. The
Right.
is
Go fuck yourselves.
all right. Yeah.
You know that, creep. You played me on fucking Project Zomboid. No, you played Left 4 Dead with me.
Every day, I hear you tell me all the time.
Okay, so I do believe I'm going to add ESO Online to Rogers Raiders. One, it's a graphically intensive game. And I want to start doing more blending of games that both people play on their PCs, okay,
Back to my Xbox.
which is the World of Warcraft and ESO. But then the games I'm going to start promoting on for the phone games are going to be games that you can play on your PC and your phone, so that you can be either or.
Right on.
The besides that, the only money I make from Guns of Glory, the Fun Plus guys, is by telling you about the PC version of the game. I get shit from for all the people that I've helped on their phone. It's been a waste of time.
I
The
just downloaded BlueStacks off your website last night.
yeah, you do that and then install the game, and they pay me. Guns of Glory has to pay me $4.
I did last night. Works way better than the last time I installed it.
Yeah, this new BlueStacks. It took me 6 months to negotiate this contract with them.
Want to hear something funny? My laptop, I hardly use it, so it kind of just sits up on my desk all the time. It just sits there. Every now and then I'll plug it in, get on, and do some business stuff I need to do or whatever, and I'll put it back up there and I leave it. So I haven't updated it in probably a year. So last night I'm playing, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden it shuts itself off, restarts, and it updated for 3 hours.
Okay, so the world, and just I mean, this is one of the plagues. This is the reason I don't own a computer store no more. I spent 5 years getting rid of my computer business because when Windows 8 came out,
Oh God, I hate that.
well, but when Windows 8 came out, I knew where they were going, and I'm a Microsoft registered manufacturer. Okay, I am registered with Microsoft as a manufacturer
I'm a partner.
but they turned around and said at some of their live events is like, screw these computer stores. They don't know what they're doing. We do know what we're
I liked
doing.
Windows 7. Windows 7 was the sweet spot for me.
Now 7, now the difference between 7, 8, and 7, 8, and 10. 7, I could customize. I had my own customize.
8 was designed for tablets, Gun. It
Well,
wasn't even designed for computers.
I would
Not-
agree with
not-
you there.
Not totally.
They were.
That's what they did. They turned the start menu into a freaking aisle, and
You've got to understand
that
that
was the answer to Windows 8.
Microsoft's bread and butter is corporations, and touch screens are a portion of that. In almost every management situation, touch screens work better. Where you got a screen on the wall, you walk over and you're just going to touch screen it. You don't need to have a keyboard. So Windows 8 was that
Well,
thinking.
even my PC at work, though, the latest PC they got me was touchscreen. We
Right.
didn't use it as a touchscreen, but it was touchscreen.
But I built. I don't know how many of you thought I have my own version of Windows 7 that went national. And
I used to build the install discs. It was like my big hobby.
Microsoft tried to sue me for selling it to people who didn't buy one of my computers. I was like, you got.
Did you hear about that guy that they just went to prison because he was making restore CDs?
No.
He found a company in China that would mass print them, and they were Dell restore CDs.
Oh,
And he made the mistake of leaving the marks and the fonts and everything on it, and
Yeah,
Microsoft
you
sent
can't-
him to prison.
you cannot do that.
He wasn't-
Yeah.
He wasn't even selling them. He was including them with computers that he had refurbished, and they were basically, he was providing the operating system that was licensed to the computer.
This is where we got where they tried to pull that with me too. This is, wait a minute, you can't sell one of your computer's installation disks to somebody who didn't buy one of your computers. I was like, I built this property, I own the disk, and I'll sell it to whoever the hell I damn well please. And it says, take me to court. And it got thrown out in the very first phase. Like, it's his property. You told him he could make his own damn version of Windows. He did. He can sell it to whoever he wants to. Now, I forced them to sue me instead of defending them in the court they filed it in. Because if you try to defend when they file against you, it all goes through that court in San Francisco. Good luck, you're never winning. If Microsoft wants you to lose, you're going to lose. There's one tech court in all the United States in San Francisco. But my downfall with my CD is I was making $30,000 a month selling that software.
I was asking you something about BlueStacks. Greg Mitchell.
Hold on, I'm looking.
He's asking if he uninstalls it and reinstalls BlueStacks, can you get credit for it?
I don't know. It's not worth the effort. But if you don't have the new BlueStacks is much faster than the old one. If you've had your BlueStacks more than 6 months, the new one's like 50 times faster. I wouldn't use BlueStacks for filming until they came out with this new one. That's why it took 6 months. I told them, I was like, I got all these users and I have no intentions on telling them about BlueStacks because BlueStacks sucks. I cannot.
Oh, Koji's still with us.
So the BlueStacks just sucks for multiple instances. If you're trying to run a farm system, you still got to use the old MEMU that I've got on some of the old videos. But I tell people that if the way I did it was I went to eBay and I went and bought an old server, a $60,000 server you can pick up for $100. and then you spend about $3,000 maxing one of those things out. So I got 24 CPUs, 130 gig of RAM, and there I can run 16 instances at the same time. And have it run a bot on top of all 16 of them at the same time. It's just that's part of what I got to do in order to not go nuts with one game.
Oh my god, I can't escape this stupid virus, can I? I just got a message from HP about COVID-19.
Yeah,
They'll name a fucking COVID-19 computer virus at some point.
Oh yeah.
It's also a March calculator.
It's also a March
Yeah,
calculator.
well,
It's a T12 March
I'm
calculator.
sorry I suggested that. People took offense to it apparently.
Really?
No, one or two people.
But it
What?
worked.
One or two people talked about it, but but I always have somebody that tries to take offense. I mean, we live in a society today where people are offended on behalf of others. They don't even know why they're offended.
Absolutely.
The COVID-19 virus cannot kill you, period. But what it can do is weaken
The population.
they are.
They're using the pandemic to manipulate the way that people live, and when it's all over, it's going to change the way the world works.
There is hundreds of years of historical background that the only way you can change society is through the first social movement first. This ain't new. Now, the technology we use of it, but I want you to look at what we did is Al Gore. We'll go all the way back to the Al Gore I invented the internet days, guys. What Al Gore was trying to tell was a room full of CEOs of a company was, I have, as vice president, have granted money to this thing called the Berkeley Search Code, and I'm going to tell everybody to be looking at a device like this. I'm going to tell them what to think and what to buy, and if you don't give money to me being president, they're not going to buy from you. I have invented the internet. Go back to the original. Yeah.
Rochambeau, you play on Dex. Does it allow you to chat, or does it kick you out of the game when you go into chat? Because I tried using it yesterday and it worked really good, but when I went into chat and I exited chat, it would restart Guns of Glory.
I have a problem every time I buy BlueStacks will frickin' resize the window.
Well, Dex is a thing for Samsung phones. It's an app where you can plug your phone into the computer and it like emulates Android on the computer, and you can interact with your phone and everything through the mouse and keyboard and everything.
You know what? I don't know about Dex, but the new Windows 10 1909 update, guys. Hold on. I just did this myself. I'll show you guys this stuff. There's a thing called...
No.
Before you do,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna close my games out and go to sleep. It's 2:30 in the morning here.
One more, Koji.
One more.
No. I've had my 5 more or so now. So
you still sound pretty sober to me.
You sound pretty sober. Yeah, that's...
I do. That's fucking amazing.
I will have one more just because Koji's leaving.
Oh God, Cody,
All right.
I wish we lived closer. We could hang out, dude.
Absolutely. All right, guys. I'll be back in the morning. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay, so
Good night.
I got this thing called Your Phone, okay? And Your Phone will allow you to accept phone calls. This is one of the ways...
Rochambeau said one more.
One more.
What more?
You got a request from live chat for one more, Koji. My gosh.
He's probably already gone.
Be
That
smart.
speaker muted so he can't hear us.
Okay, so there's this thing called Your Phone. It now works in Windows 10. Okay, so go search for it, install it in your Windows 10 thing. It will talk to your phone. Here's what I learned. You got to turn your notifications on your phone in order to get the damn thing to talk to the computer and get all your stuff set up right. There is now a proper troubleshooting thing for figuring out why it works. But you can do phone emulation on your computer straight from your phone without third-party software.
So if I'm gonna chat, I need to change my settings in Google because, yeah. What am I gonna say?
Are you on an Apple or Windows?
Oh, I'm on Windows. I can chat. That's not the problem. I just don't want to talk about it on stream.
Oh. So I got people that are.
Yeah, it sounds like he's barely coming through on YouTube.
Who, me? Or him?
Him.
Oh, I didn't turn him up. That's why. Hold on.
Came back.
No.
It's just him probably turning his computer on sleep. It's one of those old computers that needs a nap, at least 10 hours a day.
I think his is better than mine. Mine's like 7 years old. He's got an SSD. I don't. I'm on like an i5 dual core, 8 gigs of RAM.
And here's the thing about that. That is a great setup. Just go ahead and replace it with an SSD that's $50 these days, a $500 SSD, and all of a sudden the thing is like lightning fast again.
But it's a laptop.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know if I have a port for an SSD. I have to open it up and look. I've never looked. It's an HP Envy, but it's like
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it was actually top of the line when it came out. It has dual video cards. And
Are you talking about like a desktop all-in-one?
No. It's a laptop.
Okay, it's a laptop. So SSDs come in 2.5 inch. Matter of fact, on the website there's an article. I have a link to the SSD that tells you how to redo your laptop. And then because you have Windows 7 or better, if you got your Windows 7 key, you download and you make the thumb drive. I got instructions on that for Windows 10, and you can clean install Windows 10 onto that SSD like it's a brand new computer.
I'm on Windows 10.
But you'll have to do a clean install because it's old. So do a clean install. Download the latest version of Windows 10 to a thumb drive. Do a clean install. When you do a clean install of Windows 10, that'll clear up 99.9% of the problems of trying to do an update.
I already wanted to reset my system. It's because it's slow, but like I said, it just updated last night. And it's like
okay,
seems faster actually.
Well, but yeah,
but the problem with the SSD is I'm unsure whether this computer has capability.
Yes, it does.
To use one or not.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, as long as you got SATA.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it has SATA or not.
It has to
look.
It would have to be.
It's 7 years old. It's got SATA.
It's got SATA.
Okay.
They
should be good then.
They don't build IDE drives anymore. They haven't since like 2006.
Yeah, I know. I have a 0.5 terabyte one sitting in my room.
But a 500 gig SSD for a laptop. If you got an old laptop laying around that was built after say 2008, an SSD drive's $50. Slap it in there. You can play this game on it. At the end of the day, since the year 2005, our processors outran the capability of even an SSD moving data. So you add an SSD to an old laptop and it's still phenomenally fast.
I want one with an NVE drive.
There you
That's
go.
what I want.
There you go.
NVMe isn't that
NVMe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those kick ass.
Yeah, I run one, an M2.
I was gonna build a new computer before all this stuff happened, but now I'm out on disability right now, and I don't even know if I'll have a job when I get off.
Again, look at that article that I put on Rogers Raiders. The computer that I pieced together that you can buy through Amazon, $1,200-$1,300. I guarantee you couldn't tell the difference between that and an $8,000 computer.
Oh yeah, you can get a really, really, really good computer really cheap right now. That's why I planned on doing it. But like I said, I got sick and went out on disability, and things just haven't worked out.
We picked a motherboard. The secret is a good motherboard. Once you start with a good motherboard, everything else is cheaper later. You know,
get yourself a $600 budget, you could build a machine that'll play any game on the market.
yeah, the one place
Yeah.
everybody goes for a
Maybe not an
processor.
Ultra, but yeah.
Well, everybody goes for a processor or a video card. If you go for the motherboard, you're never going to regret it. The computer that I'm doing all this 4K video editing on right now is 10 years old. That I'm doing all this stuff on is 10 years old.
The motherboard's not. No way.
Yes, it is. It's an AMD.
No way.
It's an MSI 990FX GD2 with a 6-core processor in it, and that's all on. It's 10 years old.
What kind of processor?
An FX 6-core AMD.
Oh, okay.
Oh
wow. Yeah.
And I process 4K video through this thing, and this thing's not even capable of PCI 3 video. So I'm still doing 4K video capture, re-editing, and upload. Now I want a new motherboard, and MSI is supposed to be sending me one because I used to do these national
I'd like
build-up.
to get a new Ryzen chip.
That's where I'm going for. They're supposed to be sending me one, but it hadn't showed up. It was supposed to have been here this month, and for whatever reason, because of the coronavirus, my stuff hadn't showed up. Because I promised to build them a computer for the national build-off. Well, I don't even know if there's going to be a national build-off this year, because every time I've gone to the national build-off, I've taken first place in the manufacturers division.
Well, I can tell you that every trade show that we handled got canceled for like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, that's why I feel sorry for Koji.
I'm actually in the events business. Like that's all we do, not just one place. We basically do New York or Vegas, California, all that.
Vegas, baby.
So,
hold on.
yeah, well they've they laid off all our contract workers and furloughed the entire company.
Welcome to union labor. We're all about you until it's the government's problem.
Yeah.
I love going to SHOT Show. That's where
Yes, we do SHOT Show. SHOT Show. We do SEMA. We do CES. ASD. ASD got canceled.
I go to SHOT Show, and I swear to God, I do like the 1-day walk around, and then I go hang out with freaking Mike Tyson, and every once in a while Terry Hogan. You know, if he's in town, we'll go whatever they're doing. We're just gonna go hang around with them. Because then I can act like a snob.
Republic of Gamers. Yes, that is a good machine.
Republic of Gamers.
27X.
Now here's the reason Republic of Gamers and then is a good machine. It's called what's called blueprinting. They don't add flavor to the basic chipset, which tends to screw stuff up. And for some reason, blueprinting machines, and I build all blueprint machines, they should cost less, but they cost more by not adding their own flavor onto it. Because those other guys add their flavor onto it so they can control you later with whatever they're doing later.
Crappy drivers.
Yeah, they're crappy. Exactly, they're crappy drivers.
The ones that they update 3, 4, 5 months after the actual initial update for it came out.
Yes, so if you do blueprint cards, then you can go to core drivers and get core updates, and there's enough.
I love computers.
There's enough aftermarket stuff. I'll tell you one thing: no one ever. If you really want to update drivers on something, go get what's called Tomato for your router. That is awesome. You can eliminate some of the Obama era fixes to routers. And
do you remember Windiz updates?
What is it?
It was called Windiz. It was a website.
No.
Download Windows updates at your own leisure when they were forcing them on everybody.
Oh, Windows has its own version of that now that you can download everything to a thumb drive, and it works way better. Yeah. Microsoft has fixed a bunch of their problems, but they don't tell people about it. I can't remember what it's called, but there's
their operating systems are way better than they used to be.
I have mixed feelings with their updates.
Their new update.
I just don't like getting them forced on us.
They're new every
I
six
remember being able to pick and choose, and I missed that.
every
Sorry,
six
go ahead.
every 6 months. Windows is going to reset your entire Windows environment. It's their new method of dealing with viruses.
Did you see the new Windows they're trying to release?
Uh-uh.
I don't remember what the hell it's called, but it's like a scaled down Windows, and they're going to use it on certain
Shit,
machines.
the last Windows 10 update.
It's like
corrupted my damn
RTC or
Windows
something
files.
like that.
Oh, well, that would be same with every version they've ever put out, though. They've done that with every version they've ever put out. And I'm looking forward to the day that when Windows 10 fits on a car stereo platform. Because I do a lot of car programming, and quite frankly, I got a 66 Fairlane that needs an entire computer system. Okay, I know what I was looking
This is a
for.
lot better when you can actually see your chat.
But yeah, I don't miss doing trade shows.
Well, I don't actually do trade shows. Like, go to the trade show. I work in a warehouse, and we provide like all the stuff for the trade show, and then
Yeah,
my
I drive a
company
truck
sets
and
the
buy
trade
that
show
shit
up.
for the trade shows.
Oh, so you okay?
There's my Vegas picture. My last Vegas trip.
One of my old companies was based out of Vegas doing trade shows, Chemco Trucking.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I don't want to name drop who I work for because I don't know if I'd get in trouble.
Is that you on the left?
That's me on the left. I had some woman who says, "You sexist pig." I was like, "Well, tell my wife. She's the one that took the picture." My wife's a good sport. I got other Vegas pictures. I just can't find them.
Oh wait, I forgot I'm playing. I don't even know if my castle's. Oh wait, they haven't. Okay, I'm good. Never mind.
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, there's a unedited one.
You know, I just realized this is the first time I've ever talked to you, Gun. Do you even know who I am?
I'm somewhat familiar, but man,
You tried to. You asked us to merge with you. I was the leader of 300
oh, okay. Now I know.
Domans.
Should have done it, man. Think
Yeah,
of,
probably.
think of
but
how think
you
of how
know
famous
it gets, dude.
think of how famous your alliance would be right now.
Hey, you put me on YouTube. You saved me from Frigga. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that Frigga hit was huge too.
Yeah, you annihilated her.
I ousted freaking that. I don't think they ever had any respect after that. I was like, you know what? I've had enough of your crap, and I'm just going to start hitting. People did not comprehend the amount of restraint that I pulled all the time. I didn't know how big I was, but Frigga was nothing.
No.
The
She still is.
right. They were
Still
faking.
around.
Yeah, they're faking their. Are they really?
Let's see.
I'll tell-
ASG.
I'll tell you what.
ASG is. Oh my God. 8 billion power.
They were
Alright.
constantly monitoring chat. It was the scariest thing. I'm like, do you not have? That was the first alliance I ever joined. First time ever playing the game. And
ASG?
yep. And he would tell us how this worked and how that worked, and then I went, I don't think it works that way. And that was one of and that's how this whole thing started. That's not how the math looks to me, guys. And it was one of those conventional wisdoms versus reality type things. There's a lot of that in not just this game, but all games. What becomes conventional wisdom, and because of YouTube, and this is one of these things where I acknowledge it and I try to respect the fact that it's dangerous, that if I say something, it becomes true whether it is or not. So when everybody goes, when are you going to release this? When are you going to do that? It's like, I don't know if it's true or not. And if I don't have an answer to it, my internal moral compass just won't let me go someplace that I don't know the answer to. I make mistakes, but I correct them too. I got no humility about going up and saying, this is wrong. We're throwing all this away. There was no reason to ever do this. The FunPlus has actually tried to use that against me. They were monitoring some of my videos, going in and changing the game within 8 hours of a video's release, and then going to YouTube and saying, you're just completely wrong. That's not the way that works. How about you just update your videos? And I'm like, it's in video. What I said was true. That I'm expounding on what we're seeing live at the same time, but there's a delay. For me to do 4K videos so that people can throw these things up on their TV and play on their phone at the same time, in order for me to do that, a 5-minute video takes me about 24 hours to get out. That's if I spend the day about 8 to 10 hours getting everything done just to put 5 minutes out. It's an enormous effort to get out a small video. And people turn around, but it's not much of a different effort for me to do a 5-minute video as it is for me to do a 20-minute video. It's an extra 2 hours over 12. So I get the.
Well, you want to do the 20-minute video if you want to get hits anyway.
Well, from a statistics,
are you monetized?
Oh hell yeah! I'm about to break 30 grand a month.
Yeah, because you're not going to get, but they won't monetize you unless you're over a certain length. The video.
30 seconds.
Video.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I can put an ad up on a 30-second video if I want to now. Or at this point I can. I don't know what it was before. They had these different tiers you got to meet.
They change everything all the time too.
Yeah, my channel started in 2007, but my channel started because I am Gunmuse. I own Gunmuse.com. Gunmuse.com, I ran almost 10% of America through Gunmuse.com in 2005. I was in a core knockdown drag out fight with Google when it launched. You go type in Donnie Larison search engine, and there's articles with me, and you'll see Nancy Pelosi and John Kerry, and Google was a new company that just launched, and there's me fighting with Congress.
Can I ask you a question?
What's that?
Is there a way to zoom in and out on BlueStacks?
Yes.
How?
I don't know. Hold on. I know there is.
I just thought you might know offhand. Sorry.
I don't do it. I can actually do it in post editing if I want to, so I don't do it in screen.
Oh.
But over on the right hand side, there is a
whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's a zoom in, zoom in. Now, if I hit, hold on, let me hit F11 and get out of. I'm going to get out of full screen here.
Well, I'll figure it out. Go ahead and go back to what you were talking about.
When I go, well, the Gunmuse platform got started by accident. There was a thing called shooters.com. Back in the year 2000, I was the #1 online selling gun dealer in America. And that includes Cabela's. I blew them away. I sold more guns on the internet than anybody did. All legal, there is all the horse shit lies you ever heard about selling guns was crap. Matter of fact, I was developing technology to emulate what was going on in Canada. When everybody was talking about how Canada does gun laws, I would love some of Canada's gun laws. The United States is way more restrictive.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah.
For some reason, I would have assumed that Canada would have been.
And there you go. That's the marketing and bullshit of the world.
I never heard that. I just would have assumed it
because the NRA won't tell you that. Look, for a guy that reached 30 million Americans on the gun platform in 1 year, me and Wade LaPierre do not get along. The vice president of the NRA. We hate each other. Wayne LaPierre.
You inspire that in people, don't you?
Well, and I'll tell you why. I built the only gun search engine that was viable at the time I had 2 million people per month searching for firearms on my website. And Wayne LaPierre, when the membership of the NRA demanded a search engine on the NRA's website back in the year 2006, they put Yahoo on there. And Yahoo already had an implemented policy to not allow gun dealers to sell advertising.
That kind of doesn't work, does it?
I was 3 votes shy of removing Wayne LaPierre permanently from the NRA. That's how there's a reason me and Wayne LaPierre going on. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. But, the NRA is a wonderful organization if it does what the NRA is supposed to do, which is educate people. That's the whole purpose of that nonprofit organization. Its purpose is not to spend $1 billion every 2 years on politicians to fight for
Money?
some. Yeah, it's not its purpose. But it's what it's become under Wayne LaPierre, and I don't like it. I would prefer it teach people gun safety, which is its purpose from the get-go. The Eddie Eagle programs, things like that. For what it spends $1 billion every 2 years on gun lobbying. But if I turned around and gave $1 million cash prize out in every state in the country for a 22, what I call Robin Hood shoot, where you shoot the target, if you hit it, the target's moved back a little bit further. You keep shooting until somebody misses. It's called a Robin Hood shoot. And I handed out $1 million cash prize to the winner of that in every state. Every year, millions and millions of people would have their kids and everybody out there trying to win that $1 million cash prize.
Oh yeah.
Because I've seen 8-year-olds that'll outshoot me, and I'm an outstanding shot. I'm ranked in the world in certain categories. With the guys who shoot that you see on the TV, of the top 50 shooters in the world, I made bullets for the top 30. I literally made their ammo. What we were doing in the gun world had nothing. It had more to do with, can I do this? And you got to understand, I left the military. When I left the military, I went to work on atomic accelerators for a living, and then I built a computer system that we now use for 3D graphics, for MRIs and CAT scanners, things like that, because my customer in the mid-90s happened to build this computer system that we used, this movie called Jurassic Park.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
We took that hardware and that 3D technology and we implemented it into MRIs and CAT scanners, and it made a leap in the medical industry. But they don't acknowledge that DreamWorks did that. But DreamWorks was my customer back in 1997. And then my other customers were Intel and SGS and Motorola, people who lose $1 million an hour when their equipment's down. To call me on the phone in 1996, it cost you no less than $1,000 an hour to have a conversation with me. And generally, when I come into your factory, 2 people with a PhD were losing their job before lunch. Because by the time they paid that fee to have me have that conversation, they'd been losing $1 million an hour for about 5 days. And then I would come in and fix their company in 4 hours. And no one on the planet can justify how they lost $60 million without firing people. So I used to run around. I got to a point where I started to, and I was a rough, gruff guy. You think I talk militaristic now. I just come out of combat when I did that thing. And I got a 160 IQ, a very low EQ, and I talk to people much nicer than I used to in the past. The way that, I'm very, this is a fact, and I'm not about to ask you something that's not untrue or to do something that can't be done. And at that point in time, I was not going to discuss it either. So combine Sheldon on last Big Bang Theory with freaking the biggest jarhead you ever seen in a movie, and that was basically the way I ran around for 10 years. It's it's not anything. What came to my mind was true, and once it was true, that was it. If you proposed a different fact to me or could prove something different, I could change on a dime. There's a new fact, I will change my information. And
Oh, look, they gave us an Easter present.
what they did they send something? We got another system thing going. I'm getting lagged.
Attacked.
Happy Easter. Man, I haven't put out a code in forever. Have you seen a gift code lately?
No, actually. Oh.
I thought it was maybe me not finding it. But when we were doing that, so back in 2001, I was the biggest gun dealer online, and I was making $10,000 a day. And when you say the word gun dealer online, people's minds shoot to ARs, and my bread and butter was over and under shotguns. Nothing ever deemed harmful about over and under shotguns. But the reality is an over and under shotgun can cost you up to $40,000. And these very, very high-end shotguns that you have to have a very severe knowledge of how they work and who's going to buy them, and more importantly, where they're located in the country. I built the database for that, and then I was accepting 10, 15 phone calls a day. I had about 200 users a day on my website, and I was making 10 grand a day doing it. And shooters.com got implemented, and that's where all these gun dealers were going to work together to build this one great big online gun store. And they invited me in there and said, would you teach us how you're making so much money so that we can teach other gun dealers how you're making so much money? Well, I went in there and I looked at their system and I said, okay, guys, this isn't going to work. I says, I don't have a single customer who's going to turn around and buy a shotgun from me and buy a hunting vest from Bob and pay 2 times the shipping. I said, I need to send all my product to a central warehouse, and that guy needs to send all his product to ship a warehouse, and we need to pay a centralized fee for goods to be shipped out of a centralized warehouse. And the guys at shooters.com said, no, we're not doing that. That wouldn't work. We call that Amazon now. Okay. I literally proposed that idea for shooters.com 5 years before Amazon launched. Because it's not that it's a brilliant idea, it's the only way it mathematically works. Because the customer is not going to pull money out of their pocket for no good reason. The convenience is not you being in your living room. You know, they don't waste money just because they waste money. The number one big advantage to selling online in the year 2001 for me, for guns, I'm selling a $40,000 shotgun online. Guess what? I don't have to charge sales tax. I just saved somebody $2,800, and guess what? I don't have to discount it $2,800 to do it. So I got to put that $2,800 in my pocket. And the laws have changed since then. Now they're trying to get into where they're doing all these. Hell, they do it within a state now. Kansas, where I grew up, my best friend owned a Ford dealership. His dad owned a Ford dealership. He was outselling all the Ford dealerships in Kansas. They literally wrote a law in Kansas to make it so that if somebody from Topeka came down to Burlington to buy a Ford truck, they had to pay Topeka's sales tax, which was 7.5%, whereas Burlington's was only 4%. Because it's a 50-minute drive, and you save a couple grand. So people were doing it all the time. And then that was the first instance that I ever seen of where the government in a state decided they owned you and whatever tax they decided they were going to tax you at would follow you to wherever you were. This is not new. This is 20 years ago. Or hell, this was 30 years ago. 1991 when they passed that. Long before the internet ever took off.
I'm jumping off here, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Take it
Hi,
easy.
man.
Take it easy, creep. Yeah, so this is not what I want here. Hold on. Let me look at what's going on here. See, actually, I'm gaining you viewers. Hold on. I got some actual.
I'm probably gonna get off here pretty quick too.
Well, take it easy, man. There's no need to keep. What have we been on here for? Our average listener
been
time
on-
is actually high though. We're not losing listeners.
That's good. I'm just tired.
I'm drinking. I'm not tired now.
I wish I could drink.
I quit drinking. I'm drinking prickly pear beer for those who just logged on. Because I always astound about my grandma making prickly pear jelly, which is really, really kick ass. Okay, so does it make your troops wounded instead of lost?
I believe that's what it.
In a game room I'm in, someone just said the battlefield treatment
One
does
more.
not affect. One more creep. The outcome of the battle. Okay, no, it does not affect the outcome of the battle, but what would have died is converted to wounded. You're correct on that, Greg.
So, yeah. So what he said. I'm drinking Reds. Ooh, I love Reds.
Me too. Normally, I drink Shiner Bock because it's a red. It's a darker red. Man, nothing pisses me off more than go to a microbrewery, because we do these tours where me and my wife we'll take 2 or 3 trips a year, and we always wind up doing a brewery tour of some kind.
Battlefield treatment does not affect UAC.
No, it does not. But the reason to keep your battlefield treatment on your airship has to do with your troop health.
An infantry attack does. No, red apple, yeah. Hey, they have different different flavors now too. There's like a berry. It was pretty good.
I'm not a beer. I'm not fruity beers. This is the first fruity beer I've liked.
Yeah. It's like shock top. I don't really like that. That stuff's gross. But I like the red.
I'm a Red fan. I drink Red Dog when it was still a company. Matter of fact, when Red Dog was a brand new company and a
It's a
microbrewery.
bar over here.
Well, it was a microbrewery up in Milwaukee, the Plank Road Brewery, and they built Red Dog, and then eventually they built Ice House. And
Okay, Ice House I've heard of.
okay, so Red Dog was one of those beers that I drank it when it was a microbrew, and they were just starting to import it around. I was first time just joined the Navy. This is before they were owned by.
Cherry.
This was before they were owned by Budweiser. And I
don't
said,
like shop top.
this is the best beer I've ever drank. And it says, oh man, I don't like the Reds. And they won the World Beer event the very next year. Red Dog did. I said, well,
Health battles damage. And that's
health is key to everything.
yeah. He's right, basically.
Health counteracts damage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I spent so much of my GOG time building attack until I started watching your videos. I thought attack was like damage.
Right. It's not. And it has nothing to do with damage. It's your
No, it's chance to hit.
chance to hit what you're talking about. And this is where you get into like, well, you're giving up. We were talking about this earlier, where you're giving up 15% stats. A 6,000 guy against a 4,500 guy. your difference between your chances there, and there's random luck there. There's a little bit of a luck roll in there, but your difference is 6% of your chance to hit and damage. It's not much between those two guys. It's what we call the show stats. They look real big and pretty, but they don't mean nothing. Now your troop stats, those top 3 lines are worth, in my opinion, about 7 to 1 down below. So I always stack troop damage first, and they're some of the hardest stats to get.
Oh, dude, I was so pissed a couple days ago when the Curiosity event hit. I have a
Which one?
what is it? The first day when for the bunnies, where it was make your curiosity upgrade your highest curiosity.
Right.
So I have the what is it? Fan, the rose fan or whatever. Yeah, that's what it is. It's here it is. Flawless Constance's feather fan, that's it. But it's one of the new rose ones. So I had it at Precious, and then I had all my other ones at Flawless R5s. So I upgraded the fan, and I got no points for it.
Right.
I was pissed. So Vero told me to report it to the support. So I went on support and I filled out their forms and did all their stuff, and it got to the point where it said the screenshot, and I'm like, oh damn, it's on my phone. So I emailed it to myself, and I go to upload the screenshot, and it reset the game on me. And I got pissed. So I go back into chat, and I'm like, oh, I'm pissed, blah, blah, blah. I just window through all that and this and that. So now the screenshot's on my computer, right? So I figure I'll do it again. I go in, and I go to report everything, and I fill out everything and type out this big old paragraph about why I should have got my points. And I go to upload the screenshot. It does the same fucking thing, dude. I was like, oh, my God. So I said, you know what? I'll try it on my phone. So I go to do it on my phone, and my data is so screwed up that I wouldn't even load. So I gave up.
Well, the data's been weird since COVID.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, and the only reason I know this is because I own GunMuse. I ran 26 million people a year through GunMuse, and that's a lot. Okay, that is a lot of people. It's 10% of the country. I also owned a news company called PR News Now, and we were outperforming everybody but Fox. If I reported on a news story, I got more viewers than ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. Funny thing, I have more viewers on Rogers Raiders right now than CNN does. That's how popular.
That doesn't surprise me.
We have more people a month who go through Rogers Raiders than watch CNN.
Doc.
Yeah, and what's funny about that is, like, how many viewers are really watching CNN now that nobody can go to an airport?
Oh wow!
Right, because that's the only place CNN has. CNN.
I catch like when I go on my Xbox, the way YouTube is presented, it has like little categories, like it has a recommended, and then
right,
like the second or third one down is top news stories, and it'll have like little clips from MSNBC or Fox or and sometimes I'll catch them on there, but I don't go out of my way to watch them.
Fox now, look, Fox 3 years ago, outstanding. Fox now, shit, absolutely. They don't. The only saving grace to Fox News compared to all the other news channels now is you can watch the president speak live in his own words on Fox News. No other news channel will let him have his speech directly to the population and let them make their own decisions. They got to tell you what they think he said. But even Fox News will not show you live at 5 when you go home for work what he said. They'll carry him live in the mornings for those of us without a real job. Well, this is the thing where Trump's numbers have gone spiraling up.
Ooh, excuse me.
And the reason is
he's at 52 right now.
The reason is people get to see him live now. They're at home.
Yeah.
all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, that's not what I saw on the news last month.
Well, he's not so bad on when he's talking. It's when he gets on Twitter.
No, when he gets on Twitter, he gets taken out of context. What people see him say on Twitter, they didn't follow him on Twitter and see him say. They see the commentary of what he said on Twitter. They don't see the other 4 tweets that followed it that put what he said in context, or what he said before that to put it in context. They only bring out what he said on Twitter to take him out of context. This is the most out of context person on the planet. And I'll tell you why I'm not. It's not that I'm defending Trump, but I'll tell you why. Okay.
I was already C30 before I started getting good advice.
Okay, so here's a website called SaveTheGovernment.cat, where there's very intense long-term plans that are now implemented under the Trump administration. All these plans are more than 8 to 9 years old. And what you'll find out is I wrote most of these plans. Some of the stuff that I've suggested to Congress and Senate over the years, because I'm involved in a think tank. One of the only plans that's not implemented, I think should be implemented, is what's called a royalty, where you pay an oil company pays a 36% royalty to the federal government for oil being pumped out of the ground. I think that money should be paid directly to taxpayers in the very fashion that the liberal socialist keeps telling you there should be a base income. I think that base income should be the royalty fees, and then they need to tax you at whatever rate they think they need to collect it. Like in the state of New Mexico, we have a constitutional amendment that says that all natural resources belong to the citizens. So every time they pump oil out of the ground in New Mexico,
They do something like that in Alaska too.
they do, but
Would
they
pay the
they
citizens like $1,000 a year or something like
and
that.
they do that. Well, it's more like 4,000 right now.
I don't know.
But-
That's just what I'd heard.
But it's like a 50-50. The government pays them 4,000, but then keeps another 4,000 for themselves.
Okay.
Now, my thing says that if you're going to turn around and say that we're going to seize property under the Constitution, which is what you're doing, that you need to turn around and give the citizen a receipt for what you took.
Right.
So if you took, like I said, in Alaska, they pay them a $4,000 check, but they took another $4,000 that the oil company had to pay directly to the government that the citizen didn't see. And what they really need to do is turn around and say, okay, we're seizing $8,000, but we're taxing the citizen at 50%. The minute you do that, the citizen goes, whoa, what are you spending my 50% on? That's the way people react. How dare, what the hell did you spend that on? What do you mean you got a freaking piece of shrimp running on a treadmill in a freaking college somewhere? Right? All of a sudden that $4,000 is important to the citizen because but it's the same with the people's paychecks. They take your taxes out of your check before you ever get to see it. The reason the Democrats would not allow the payroll tax cut under this COVID virus is you cannot allow the citizen to understand how much money they really make.
Yeah, but here's the problem. When you really get down to it, though, our taxes don't actually pay the budget. Our
Nope.
taxes serve as debt.
It's 36% of our taxes are.
They borrow money to run the government, and then we pay the debt on that. money.
Here's a number that you all can see, and it's one of those things that no one on the news has asked. We have doubled the national debt every 4
Probably
years.
more than that now.
Hold on.
With this
Hold on, let me
$2
think.
trillion they just
No. Let me.
send
Let me.
everybody.
I'll explain.
Go ahead.
I'll explain this.
Go ahead.
We have
Go ahead.
doubled the national debt every 4 years for 200 years.
Mhm.
Every 4 years, it's doubled. Except the last 3. We went from 20 trillion under Barack Obama when he left office to 22. We only
There was a point in time where we actually had it way lower than that.
Trump has not spent money that everybody else has spent. Now, this COVID thing come out.
Well, that's gonna
Okay.
That's gonna change that.
Now, we spent 2 trillion, right? You just said 2 trillion. But the reality is
So far.
Hold on. This is where it gets funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, the $2 trillion was only for the CARES Act. There's also money they spent in the bill prior to that.
Well, here's the thing. In all the other people who are listening in another foreign country, they have a central bank system. We have a Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is supposed to be different than central banking. It was never supposed to emulate a central banking system.
But that's what it is.
But it is what it's turned into. The central banking system, it was a way of the citizens will not allow themselves to be taxed at better than 30% is what history provides.
But
But
here's the problem, Gun. The Federal Reserve needs to be government run, and it's not.
No, it really does not.
Do you think that we need to let banks print our money?
No, we need to go back to the day before the federal bank system.
It needs to be abolished.
I agree with it.
But what I'm getting
the
at
federal-
is that I misspoke. What I meant was that our government needs to take back the right to print its own money.
The
As
government,
opposed to letting the banks do it.
the government needs to eliminate the banking system prior to 1917.
It was the teens,
Yeah,
early
17,
teens,
somewhere
16,
around there.
17.
The
There was
Jekyll.
no Federal Reserve.
There was no Federal Reserve. There were 16, 18 banks, and they competed. Now, today, when the government issues a check, so everybody's going to get these. I'm going to say $1,000 check because it's a nice round number. It's a $1,200 check, but let's say they're issuing $1,000 check because the federal government is issuing that check. The Federal Reserve is writing a check for money that doesn't exist.
Yeah, they create it out of thin air.
Thin air.
Actually, every bank in the United States prints money out of thin air every day. It's called a loan.
Now, when you take that check and you deposit in your account, once it's deposited into a bank account, any bank in the country, like as you were saying, that bank can borrow.
Now has the right to print 10 times that amount for
8.
their loans.
The real number's 8.
Oh, is it 8?
It's 8.
Okay. But still,
It's a big number. It's a big number. It's a big number. We're doing round.
It's 8 times. It's 8,000 that they're creating out of 1,000.
Thin air. Thin air. Literally thin air.
That's why banks don't pay you interest anymore, because they don't make money off that stuff.
Nope.
Your money. They make money off the money that they create out of nothing.
Right. So this is one of these things where, now the way this deal was structured to where all these businesses can go out and borrow money against payroll, I thought was the most brilliant thing that I've ever seen done by anyone. The rebound for the United States on this is going to be epic. And the reason being that I think this is, if I as a business owner turn around and borrowed against my payroll, up to 6 times or 7 times I can borrow against it.
It was a maximum of 10 million.
Well, that's the max number, but there's a times percentage number in there.
1.5 times your average for the year.
So,
or 2.5 times. Sorry, 2.5 times your average payroll for last year.
So let's say I have, and I don't have to, and it's a grant process of not paying it back.
If you use it for the purpose, it's forgiven.
Now, under those rules, I as a business can borrow that money. Let's say I have a $10 million payroll. I borrow that money, and I plan to, and I meet those rules so that I don't have to pay it back. That means I get a free $10 million. That means I can buy property. They make it
$10 million that you would have had to spend, you now have freed up to use for whatever you want.
This payroll deal counteracts all the bullshit that took place under the real estate deal 12 years ago.
God.
This means that businesses, I as a business 12 years ago, I had 4 businesses that were under constant assault from the Obama administration. No matter, I literally had distributors going, how the hell are you staying in business? How are none of my other guys can survive.
Rochambeau need to restore the gold standard.
We do have a gold standard of sorts. The problem hold on.
Our money is backed by nothing.
That's not true. That's not true. We are
sorry, it's backed by debt.
No, that's not true either. We are
It is in a sense.
We are the world's reserve currency. The U.S.
Well, for now.
Now the problem winds up being is every time we wind up with a Democrat in office, they start
dumping our money.
They start dumping our money, and Russia goes, maybe we should be in charge of the world reserve currency.
No, the only people that are in actual worrisome for that would be China.
Or China does. China actually asks the same question. Maybe we should
China
be.
Could before Russia could.
But
they can't.
The problem winds up being is they wrote new laws after the Federal Reserve System was put in place that states that what used to be oil, if you pull a barrel of oil out of the ground, it was the same as producing income. Okay. It's the gold standard, only it's expanding to other commodities. Okay. They acted like oil was a finite resource, even though it's not. You can produce more oil. And I don't mean drill for more oil. Oil is literally made from bacteria. We've known that since the 20s. Not bacteria, but a enzyme. We've known that since the 1920s. But we keep teaching children that it's a finite resource. And that's part of and parcel so that you don't understand the economics behind it. I can guarantee you, watching the president live 3 days ago, that the United States is about to go off of OPEC's control. Completely.
We are.
We have the capability.
We are energy independent.
No.
Yeah, we pretty much are.
We are, but we are not. I live in the oil country. Right now, the world oil market is crap. The U.S. laws,
because Russia and Saudi Arabia are at a price war.
Okay, but we have laws that say we have to import 60% of our oil. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I did not know that.
You did not know that part. Trump.
Then we must have one hell of a fucking reserve then.
Trump just said that. This is why you got to watch him live. We have these massive reserves. He said this.
Yeah.
You heard him say it, but you didn't understand the context of it because you don't know the law. This is why
I had never heard that. I had never heard that before.
That's because, and no one has.
But even he's even said that we're energy independent. He said it like 5 times in the past week.
We are, but you got to understand that Trump speaks to the people in what they think they know, and then introduces a little bit about what they don't know. He doesn't slap them in the face with what they don't know. Okay? What you don't know is we have laws that require us to import this oil. You don't know that they give them, that the richest people in America, the fucking liberals, make most of their fucking money off loaning foreign countries money on oil exploration. Humongous tax breaks. Been around since the 70s. Jimmy Carter days. Okay. Trump is about to turn around and use this COVID virus recovery. And he's going to say, well, I got to put 16 million people back to work. Do you think it's fair that I don't put these people back to work, or that we have this regulation that rich people make money? He's about to put them in the biggest pickle they've ever been in 40 years. They don't know it, but this man is not an idiot.
Well, they're already screwing themselves anyway. This whole year has been a major bumbling block for the Democrats.
Well, when you look at this in perspective, it is
They
take.
spent the first month of the virus trying to impeach him for something that was not impeachable.
This is what I was about to say. You put this last month and a half in perspective. It took this month and a half. It took shutting down the economy. It took going. Can you believe it? We're at 20,000. Put it in perspective and you go, me and Creep. I wish Creep hadn't logged offline. We have been bantering back and forth about stocks. Me and my wife do this. We sit on the we sit on the phone. We sit on the couch. And we sit on our phones and we buy stocks at night.
I've lost $3,000 for my 401k since this shit started.
She lost 150 grand in her 401k when it started. Okay, but we started trading in day stocks. With what's good now, she's made 300% on the stuff that we bought. When it crashes, you buy.
Yeah.
I'll tell everybody who's listening right now, there's a stock called CPE.
Like Trump, but he is way smarter than people give him credit for. I don't hate the guy.
Here's the question. Why don't you like him? What can he... Because did you go to Twitter and read what he
I'll be
said?
honest with you, I have issues with his personality.
But why do
That's
you?
it.
But why do you have issues with his personality? Did you go to Twitter and read it, or did you watch it on the news and read it and hear it? See, you don't.
No, I've watched Trump before he became president.
No, if you're watching
Just
Trump before,
kind of a.
if you
That's
watch,
all.
now I watched Trump before he became president. You know, my biggest takeaways from him, he was fighting China's steel. He was fighting China's counterfeiting.
He's been very rough very hard on China. Yeah,
20 years he's been
we're
fighting.
serious against them.
He's very.
I'll give him that.
The number one statement that got me with Trump before
I'm
he
not
got,
saying I don't like him as a president. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm not
He's-
a Trump hater.
he's never.
I'm just saying that his personality kind of annoys me.
But
It's
his
just a personal thing. That's
But
all.
and I'll tell you one reason I probably defend him more than anybody is his personality and mine probably click. He just happens to tell you what's true. You just may not want to hear it. And people don't want to hear what they don't want to hear. And there is a marketing.
Yes, but there are times he talks out of his ass too.
Hold on a second. I'm going to make you hold. Think of that while I'm going to go relieve myself of this.
I watch all his yeah. Yeah. He just sounds like an asshole. Sorry. That's my thoughts. Even when he first became president, that was what I thought. I don't like the way that he gets, whether it's him getting twisted or it's what he says, but in the media he tends to make us look stupid, and I don't like that. That's my problem with him. What he's done as a president, I don't have a problem with that. He's not a bad president. Yeah. I didn't plan on getting on here and talking about politics. I was supposed to be talking about a game. Yes, he is. And he's been up and down in his business.
Okay, so the talking out of his ass thing. This is one of these things where I see this all the time on the news, and it's always an out of context deal. So where do
Maybe
you think?
so? But if
where-
I'm watching an actual briefing where he's talking the entire time, and the things that he says, that's not a context problem. That's a him talking problem.
Here, okay, can you
But the
put?
majority of the things that do make him look bad, they are sound bites. I give you that 100%.
Now
You can
Wait,
watch CNN or somebody, and they'll take 1,000 pictures of him and put them all together of him saying one thing without any kind of context around it. They do that. Absolutely.
here's the thing, and the reason they have to do that is because they can't put him in context for what he is saying. Where you're talking about, watch Trump when he turns around and says, "We can do that. Yeah, I can go that route." He literally brings the left a little further into the I think I got you moment before he springs it back. Trump has this rope-a-dope. The old Muhammad Ali back on the rings. Oh, you got me, Nancy. You got me. Quit beating me up. Oh, by the way, bitch, you don't have shit. You know, it's
very vindictive.
It's not a matter of
forget when you scroll him over.
It's not a matter of vindictiveness. It's just people.
I'm not saying that's a fault.
It is a fault in the world of mass media, because when he uses his world technique that's gotten him where he's at, and I do the same thing. Now, in my world, for 30 years, I call it the redneck rope-a-dope. This is the reason I call it this rope-a-dope. Is I got that country twang to me, and I'll go sit down with senators and how dare you and I'll my accent gets a little thicker when I'm sitting down with people with a Harvard education, because I'm going to beat the shit out of them. I have had Harvard lawyers crying in Senate meetings.
PR, I don't want him to be politically correct. I don't have a problem with him saying what he thinks. What I don't like is the way that the media has, and I'll give you this. It's probably 75 or 80% the media, but the way that they portray him makes country look bad, and that bothers me.
Well, PR,
That's what I don't like.
Look at it another way. What action justifies your thought process? I always have to ask this question, is like, when you don't understand, because everybody talks about the art of the deal that Donald Trump wrote, but if you haven't read it, you don't understand that
I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Well, the art of the deal, and I'll sum up a freaking 400-page book, and that is the rope-a-dope. You let them think, oh, you're beating me up. I agree with you. You make them think.
Makes me laugh more than anything. PR.
You make them think you're so weak and that you're so agreeable that you let them try to overextend and bullshit their position, and then you can snap them back to where you want them. And it works.
What's a libertarian?
Depends on what your point of view is. I would be a libertarian.
Gun, I am a libertarian. I don't know what a
Okay.
libertarian is.
Okay, a libertarian doesn't care what you think or do. Problem winds up being is a modern libertarian party happens to be so pro-drug that they don't care about anything else. They also are anti-self-defense of the country. They don't comprehend as a political movement that the United States has to be strong enough to defend your liberal views. You know, it's one thing to say I'm pro-art, but it's not, and because I'm pro-First Amendment, but it's another to not understand that the military defends the art community. If you don't comprehend those connections, then you cannot be a libertarian. All you can say is, I want to do drugs, and the Libertarian Party's for that. So, I was a registered libertarian for a long time. They're so fucking batshit.
They're so the word. I just never knew what it meant.
John Wayne will call himself a liberal. You know, it's like there's a famous speech where John Wayne.
Wait. Are libertarians liberals?
Okay, but the word liberal, you have to understand the history of words. The communist socialist movement has co-opted words for hundreds of years. If I said the word comrade, what's the first thought that comes to your mind?
Well, of course, communism.
That's not what the word. It's a French word.
No,
it's a friend.
Comrade is a friend.
No. Comrade literally means
A friend in arms, isn't it?
Nope. Brother in the same room is what it means. It's a friend.
So similar, right?
Similar.
Okay.
Okay. So in the Veterans of Foreign Wars, we say, "Hey, comrade." It's not a communist term, but
Well, no, I don't think that it is. But I'm just saying, when I hear the word, it does relate to
and Hollywood did that. Hollywood in the 1950s, comrade. You know that it was Russia co-opted the word comrade. They co-opted the word liberal. They've co-opted the word, and they're working on. Right now, the big word is progressive. Okay, I'm a progressive. You hear lots of socialists say I'm a progressive. Well, Woodrow Wilson was a progressive. Woodrow Wilson's plan on how to deal with the mentally ill is what Hitler copied. That's how progressive you guys fucking are. The so, you may want to understand the word progressive before you start throwing that shit around.
It's funny when I was growing up as as a young man, I thought Democrats were like the good guys. I thought there was the party to be. I actually wanted to consider
Because
myself one.
John
When I get
Kennedy-
older, it's like things have changed.
John Kennedy,
Well, the parties have changed. The parties have reversed roles.
not
If
really,
you really,
Not-
in a way, they
kinda,
have.
kinda.
because the Democrats have embraced big business. They
Oh
absolutely have.
no, and Democrats have embraced money. They always have.
Which is big business.
which is big business now. But
Yes.
the it's not all big business. That's a perceptive issue. But the
big business, big government. Big government mainly. That's what they want. They want
The-
big government.
the Democrat days of the Democrat were stay out of my bedroom and we're going to do where John Kennedy
We thought they fought for our rights, or I thought
Well,
they fought for our rights.
John Kennedy
And
did.
now-
John Kennedy did.
Now they don't. They want to curtail your rights. They want everybody to be the same. They want everybody to accept everybody and be the same.
Who the
and
hell
get
do you
free
think killed John
healthcare
Kennedy?
and-
It wasn't a Republican that killed John Kennedy.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought that anyway.
It wasn't a Republican killed John Kennedy. When you talk about the NAACP, the National Association of Colored Peoples,
Colored people.
do you know that 7 white Republicans formed that, and they're not even allowed to speak there anymore?
That doesn't surprise me.
But 7 white Republicans formed that organization so that colored people have a voice in politics, and they're not even allowed to give us to address that organization anymore. The Republican Party was an anti-slavery party, but today, and this is where we talk about co-opting words. If I say you're a slave, what was a slave? A slave was somebody that lived on property I owned, worked for me, said what I told them to say, and learned what I told them they were going to learn. Well, hell, I just described the Democratic platform again. What you're watching today in politics, and people need to, if you'll break it back down into basics. Property. The United States is the only country in the world where you're supposed to be secure in your property. Okay, only country in the world. Only one ever.
What about England?
No, there's no land title rights in England. That doesn't exist. Only the United States exists. And even then, because the Constitution was changed before it was ratified, in where it used to say life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the words before were life, liberty, and property. But because the Republican Party did not want slaves to become a constitutional right, they literally took the word property out. And then right, there's a little bit of history most people don't know. And at the time, when
That
they
makes sense, actually, when you put it that way.
And at the time, so they think, but they allude that the Democrats are the pro-black, because they try to equate all slavery to black. But at the time, the number one slave in the United States.
Rochambeau, that goes along with what I was saying about the parties they've reversed their polarity. The Democratic Party of JFK is not the same as the Democratic Party that exists today.
There's truth to that, but there's because a lot of it gets tied to identity politics. So when we're talking about identity politics, we're talking about color of skin, and so in the 1776, for every black slave in the United States, there were 10 Irishmen, and they cost 1/10 as much. You could buy 10 Irishmen for the cost of one black. You could buy 10 Irish women for the cost of one Irish man. All the slavery law, all the
Irish
slave
women are hot.
Irish, right? I'm a redhead.
Irish.
Redheads are freaks. We used to burn them at the stake for witches. Now we just put them in the porn. Okay, My wife's redhead. I can pull that off one. She hates that joke. But
Slaves or the first slaves or anything. If you go way further back than that, I mean, the first slaves were white.
White, yeah. The slaves were slaves.
Yeah,
It-
conquered who made the other people their slaves. And
The-
slavery's been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
Right. Well, the triangle trade, which is what everybody references, is the Africa. First of all, there wasn't a bunch of white men running around in cowboy hats, wrestling up black people in Africa.
Black people sold black people to
Black people sold black people to white people.
absolutely.
And they did it for a bottle of rum. That was the triangle rum trade.
Trade, yeah.
But because they literally don't teach history prior to 1860 anymore. They don't teach it. Because if you go back to then why are you upset that your forefathers were black? The modern black population in the United States didn't happen until the 1930s. The black population and the black economy was outperforming the white economy by 8% in the 1930s. And the Democratic Party introduced Jim Crow laws to counteract that, to where they said, okay, all these black people are coming to town and they're working their asses off because they had slave parents who wouldn't tolerate, who
You
wouldn't,
said the Roman Empire has a lot of restitution.
yeah, right? They all, that is funny. And we shouldn't be loaning them assholes money. But but in the 1930s, because and this is the culture of the home, where the 1930s 18 to 20-year-olds who were getting jobs, their parents were slaves, not descendants of slaves. They were slaves. Well, they had a work ethic. So their children had a work ethic. They brought that work ethic to the city to work for a job. They would outwork the white people, longer hours for less money, and still make more money doing it. And they instituted Jim Crow laws where they said, okay, you can't go to the bathroom, you can't drink from a water fountain. We're going to make it miserable to work in the city.
Segregation.
Segregation was an economy strategy by the Democratic Party. And the guy that undid that in the
And then
army,
the Democrats turned around and fought for their rights.
they didn't though. They didn't.
No, but but for some reason they're associated with it.
Okay,
Blacks
and
fought for their own rights.
this whole story got back to John F. Kennedy. The Democratic Party did not fight for their rights. John F. Kennedy did. John F. Kennedy got when the FBI under the Democratic Party was going after Martin Luther King. John F. Kennedy put a stop to it and said, hey, if you'll switch to the Democratic Party.
It was Hoover, wasn't it?
Hoover was the one doing it. He was a huge Democrat. But John F. Kennedy said if Martin Luther King, who was a registered Republican, became a registered Democrat, and then once he did that and they got the marketing from it, then then Martin Luther King died. John F. Kennedy died. The whole history underneath that died underneath it. But during that same time, sharecropping came into effect. And sharecropping was after the Jim Crow laws and prior to the welfare laws. They brought in sharecroppers. Blacks would come in and were undermining white farming communities, which were Democrats, under the sharecropping laws. They instituted the welfare check, and it literally eliminated the work ethic from the black community once welfare was instituted. There has not been a work ethic in the black community until Donald Trump.
I'm laughing at this guy in chat.
It's all funny. But that's why Donald Trump has the best numbers in 100 years for the black community. He said, fuck you, you're going to work. I'm not going to allow you, because under Barack Obama, I was like, well, go on unemployment for 2 years. Well,
Welfare.
Well, once you disqualify for unemployment, they had literally federal government agencies calling them disabled so they go home on a disability check and never have to work again. But this was, but this
But
one,
it's almost midnight, man. I gotta go.
take it easy.
It's been good talking to you. You guys too. I'll do it again.
Well,
All right, have a good night, man.
we'll probably do it next weekend.
All right, have a good night, man.
Take it easy. So I'm going to wrap up what I was saying. Underneath the, this actually started underneath Clinton, where Clinton was doing it with the drug users. If you were a certified heroin addict, you were considered disabled, and therefore you got $3,000 a month to sit in your house and do drugs as a disabled human being. Nope, you're never going to get to change kingdoms. I'm not for it, Bowling. I'm not for it destroyed World of Warcraft when they tried it. Every game that I've ever looked at that tried to do these kingdom mixes, that is a patch on a bad design for implementing kingdoms. My personal feeling on this, I may be wrong because very few games have even tried to implement it. We need to build a Care Bear kingdom where you are in a kingdom until you're level 20. I would say today being 26. At 26, you go switch to another kingdom. Crap from Garden. You guys want to see what I'm doing here? I've been guarding this whole time. It's slower from guarding. And it depends on how much treasure you're guarding, and it depends on how many people are in the tower. There's a... You know what? Since these guys are gone, I'll mute that and do this. Keep me going for 2 more hours? The more I drink, the better, longer I can go. This is waking me up. I don't react to alcohol the way most people react to all. You can hear my voice slurring. I can hear it. But you'll never hear me say that what came out of my mouth was the alcohol speaking. My brain still works. The motor skills are going down. Yeah, I'm not earning quickly. You can defend for 24 hours and get your 80K points, but you're not going to get big numbers. So like Roma's probably in another kingdom right now, just logged off. Okay, so since I lost all my vocal guys there, guys, you guys are going to have to upgrade the chat a little bit. I wonder if Miller's still... Miller, are you still on here? I don't know if Miller can actually see the Google anymore. I had to block a whole bunch of the trolls. I just got tired. And the reason I blocked them was they started attacking other people on YouTube. And I can't tolerate that. He's been trolling me for 2 years, and he finally got blocked. And it wasn't because he upset me or pissed me off or any of that stuff. Just, I can't have you attacking other people. They don't deserve your bullshit. Yeah, I need another. That's terrible. I'm looking forward to us making our own drugs in the United States again because I don't think the stuff the Chinese have been sending us is effective. I'm going to go look around here. Okay, where's your cords at? The video, if you guys haven't seen the, I did a little C5 stealing a C40 Wonders. The week before I came back to Guns of Glory, this all the people that I played with for a year were entertaining themselves and literally stealing Wonders to hand off to other people to cause Kingdom havoc. It was a little malicious, but... What's that, Bo? Because we've been on for a long time, I'm going to put this out there again. If you are a Platinum member, I am giving K362 I'm going to give up one of my farms that has Splendor gear on it. So for becoming a $20 a month member that's giving to my charity, you get into running on May 1st. I'm going to give away a castle that's got $100 gear on it. If you want to cancel the very next month, I don't care. But I just want... And then, like I said, I got to find the coins. I'm going to... I'm not going to buy more coins for them, but I have 2 Godless dollars that are worth upwards of $350 a piece that I'm going to give away to my dollar members. You give $1 a month, I'm going to give $1. I'm going to throw away a reward. And then as this grows, I'm going to turn around and start giving more stuff away. Basically, I don't want to say the word on-ride raffle ticket because that's not the goal. And I'm not even sure if state laws would allow it. But I'm going to start giving out rewards for people who support my charities. Well, if you send me the numbers, I will. I'm going to start coughing more because I'm tired. Okay, so Bo, you gave me bogus coordinates. Or the game's goofing up, one of the two. All right, I'll go throw a yawn there. You all go. That'll send half the people to sleep right there. Two 486. Are you one of them corner hackers? That's a bat. All right, Rochambeau. Oh, there we go. $681, $241. I just did yours. That's what. This is the coordinates you gave me. My bucket is full of beer bottles. Luckily, I brought my cane over here earlier so I can get up and move. Yeah. I drink now and I can't move around without my cane. I couldn't move around without my cane for almost a year. My leg and coordination has gotten better and better. Solar Warden. Oh, there you are. Greg, you should be doing the players before you go for the treasure. That way, when one or two Z people log on, they don't have any ability to kick you out. Smells of sex in here. In other words, you're not really a woman. The motto gives it away. You're a man pretending to be a woman. Yeah, they realized afterwards, Greg, since you had a C20 and Key 6.2, you could have come over and been in this UAC. But they didn't put two and two together quick enough. 508. See, I think I put 506 in there first time. Well, I would say that's Bo, most definitely. Now, see, Bo, I'm looking at your castle. You got this great big skin on there, which is a cool looking skin, by the way. I love that skin. But if you went after that skin instead of stats, that was a bad move. Right? Everybody better win. Bo, are you guys even old enough to have a UAC in 506? 508? I see most of the castles around you guys are in their 20s. Hell, you were what, 20 something? $29. So you ain't even doing UAC yet. 4984. I'm betting that you're not. Kingdom 484. Oh, I get what you're saying. Right now you're in 508, but you're 484. Yeah, I never get that lucky with 362. We are always the youngest kingdom. Well, that's, you can scroll up. That's, oh, 2 hours might be a lot. Oh, I'm 1 point away from instant gathering on that spec. I'll have to do a video on that shortly because I'm about max Lord levels. Max Lord level 65. The okay. $232. Guys, don't look at the castle size. The castle size indicates the level of troops. But if there's C40 who quit spending a long time ago, they're beatable. The can't be better than most C31s. If your damage is better than most C31s and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, your stats should be ahead of your castle level. Damage stats max out at C30. With the exception of the creation. See, right now, I'm prepping for the next event. I'm C39. I'm going to go ahead and let my walls cook, let my academy cook, and then I'm going to start stockpiling speed ups for C40. I could blast C40 tonight, but I won't get loot for blasting C40 tonight. So I'm going to get some free stats out of doing C40. Guards are a portion of damage. They're not the only thing. Your gear adds damage. Your creation adds damage. Your guards add damage. And certain buildings. Like if I open up this one and hit glory, my damage stops at, it caps at C30. Adding more banners doesn't give me more damage, but I can get more stats after C30. But damage maxes out on all the building your building damage. All your buildings should be to C30 the minute you're C30, because that maximizes your damage. There's an article on Rogers Raiders on what order to level your buildings in order to maximize your damage prior to C30 till you get to C30. Let me find that. Rogers Raiders is going to have to undergo a great big restructuring. I'm not happy with this navigational. To tell you how far ahead we are in some marketing, guys, and because there's politics involved in this, that was an 18-hour British political thing over gaming. And I listened to every minute of the damn thing. Before I wrote the article. Gaming is about to be the excuse for speech suppression. Is that the article? There we go. Hey, I need to update the thumbnail on that article. Okay, so there's that article. Where do your stats come from? Where do you do? And so when you're under C30, where are they at? That hasn't changed. As old as that article is, that is relevant. So I'm going to go up here. Oh my gosh, I can't see squat. Let's go to that article. Uh, oh my gosh. I'm getting tired. And as my muscles get tired, I freaking start coughing a lot. I can go longer sitting in this chair than I can for doing anything else. I get up and do like 15 minutes worth of work and it exhausts me. Not going to start castles in random low kingdoms. Bo. The one, there's a cost factor for the business portion of it. Two, there's no benefit to doing so. While starting a new castle, I get to do with the new graphics, and I'm about to do that. I'm probably going to do it in whatever the latest kingdom is the day I start. The people who ask me to start, and I get thousands of requests a month to bring a castle to their kingdom. What they're really asking for is a personal trainer. Hey, are you there where I can turn around and private message you in game to ask questions whenever it's convenient for me? That's what you're really asking. And it's not feasible. No human being can do that. The reality of the money is there's not enough paid for that. And if you start doing it through the game interface, the dollar amount is zero. The point of this is to build a platform so that other military leaders can become gamers when they get out of the military and take on the role that I've taken. So I'm breaking the ice, if you will, so that other people can follow. I'm an icebreaker ship here. All I see is a solid wall of can't. You can't go that direction. There's a solid wall of ice. I'm an icebreaker ship. I'm going to break the ice despite the fact that there's a solid wall of ice in front of me. And hopefully other people see a little easier path than the one that I saw before me. That's not true. You're trying to race to the stats there, Bo. I'm sorry, Gregory. They hand out Sun King and Redguard raids. Literally hand it out. You need to combine Sun King. You need to run combine Redguard raids with the shooting gallery. This is why I need to redo the intro videos. Is because the knowledge disparity of what it takes to get. And I hate the fact that when I show people how to engage the game, this game turns around and says, "You're stealing from me. I want them to pay me." And that's their thought process. People will pay for impatience. If it's going to take me 30 days to get something, but I got $20 now, they'll pay the $20. The damn Chinese don't comprehend that. They think if they can't force you to pay $20 when they tell you to pay $20, they have failed. It's a political divide. That's why there's so much politics carry over from what I'm talking about to what the game thinks. This is why I lead the market on this game, is because I understand the politics of the thinking. So it's not that we want to be involved in politics. It's just, it is what it is. I'm looking at the delay. You guys wonder what the hell I'm doing? Okay, 30 seconds on my beer drinking. I'm 30 seconds more sober in the video than I am on in real life. All right. Rochambeau, that's true. I mean, it's... Unfortunately, there's been a massive marketing act for decades and decades, maybe hundreds of years, that people who follow the money are labeled conspiratists. It's simple math. The 2 + 2 always equals 4. For somebody like me, I'm a Pythagorean thinker. What that means is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. We don't know what's, and if you've never been told in geometry, we don't know what c squared is. No one told us what c squared is. All we're looking at is information A and information B. And then we inferred a squared, b squared gives us c squared, and then we deduced what c is. We're never trying to solve for c squared. C is always an unknown absolute quantity. It's called deductive theory. It doesn't get taught in school anymore. It was around in the 900s when we were talking about the fact that the Pythagorean theorem existed. But to understand the loss of deductive reasoning for 1,000 years seems to be in human history. Oh, my cough's getting worse. All right. Conspiracy is critical thinking, but there are leaps. For instance, I'll put a for instance out there. Critical thinking would be, you're taught in school that the American Indian crossed a land bridge thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago to create the American Indian population. Back when the world was a ball of ice, right? Reality is, human beings do not walk in 70 below zero temperatures to go from point A to point B following no food. That is critical thinking. No human being would do that. No volume of human beings would do something that stupid to the risk of their lives, because there's no way for them to win at that risk of their lives to establish a new world population. But then you add in facts of there are abandoned copper mines in Canada that are over 900 years old. Suddenly, the white man showing up in North America in the 15 and 1600s, or the 1492, no such thing existed. And there's also evidence that more than 1,000 years ago, Vikings were all the way up in Minnesota. And not carbon dating. I think carbon dating is horseshit. From a mathematical standpoint, I looked at carbon dating and said, that's bad math. So have most people who do extensive math. But dendrogeology, where you measure the rings in trees, I think that's good science. And they found what's called the Larson Code. My last name's Larson. That's one of the things that intrigued me about searching this out. That was buried inside a tree, grown up around it. It was more than 1,000 years old. They could prove that the Knights of Templar were running around in Minnesota 1,000 years ago. Down in New Mexico, where I live now, over in Arizona, they found a Knights of Templar stuff that's over 1,000 years old. So the Knights of Templar from European exploration were here 500 years before Columbus. Slavery was big in every portion of it. More than likely, the Indians were slaves at the time. That whatever world event took place to separate the navigation across the Atlantic Ocean, that's the missing piece of history. Could have been an asteroid, something else that wiped out coastal towns. There is what's called the Dark Ages. Suddenly, people didn't travel during the Dark Ages. But they were traveling before, and history existed before. If you watch the History Channel's Oak Island, they're starting to dribble in the fact that people around the 1100s were moving around North America without slapping people in the face from it, because when you slap people in the face of it, that's when it becomes a conspiracy. But there is lots and lots and lots of historical evidence that we were moving around the planet much earlier than what we say we were. Off the coast of Japan, there are pyramids. These pyramids, like the pyramids the Aztecs had, the pyramids that the Egyptians had, they are underwater off the coast of Japan, but can be dated somewhere around that same period. So in other words, somewhere around 12,000 years ago, people were making pyramids all over the planet. You've got the landing pads of Peru that are over 10,000 years old. But you got your alien conspiracy guys. But there's some truth and science between the alien conspiracy guys. The fact of the matter is, gold is the only element that blocks spatial radiation. So you have to line spaceships with gold for long-term space exploration. And Peru was a gold haven. And 12,000 years ago, could aliens have landed here and mined us for gold? I don't know. I know the Hindu religion talks about spatial aliens in ad nauseum. That aliens were. There's a lot of religious ties to aliens 12,000 years ago. It's hard to tell the difference between the stories and the bullshit. I try to look at what is gold a mineable resource by aliens? Yep, sure is. Where could they have mined it? Peru. Peru has these ancient alien things that you can only see from space. Nobody else would do that. There are technology. Also, the lost city of Atlantis more than likely was South America. It wasn't in the European continents. That's where just modern technology. Sorry, mixing booze with my medication real quick. No one says civilization advanced further than us at this point. But Iran is a hot spot politically as it is now. There is scientific evidence that's more provable than freaking like carbon dating that nuclear weapons were released more than 12,000 years ago. Half-life of radiation is almost a certain science. And the background radiation in Iran, we're in the United States allowed to have 5 millirads per year by law. The background radiation in Iran is 2,000 millirads per year, just from what's in the soil and just living in that country. Bernie Sanders should be king. You're trying to piss me off, Greg. Bernie Sanders can be bought. Bernie Sanders was literally bought in a third home by the Hillary Clinton campaign so that he wouldn't complain about the fact that they screwed him over in that party. I would bet money right now that Bernie Sanders bowing out of the race in the United States, Bernie Sanders winds up with an airplane. Bernie Sanders is for sale. Always has been. And here's the sad thing, Greg. Most of my predictions, about 95% of them are right. I'm not even trying to run in the conspiracy portion of it. He's just a guy who's old, wants money. More importantly, his wife's a greedy bitch, and there ain't a dollar out there that she won't nail down. It's the same with the Clintons. The reason Hillary Clinton shouldn't have ever been president is Hillary Clinton stole the silverware out of the White House. If you are such a low-brow person that you steal the silverware while you're the first family, you shouldn't ever be allowed in there ever again. I'll tell you, hold on. Let me look at the name. Gary, don't try to max anything. I've been in the upper 10, 15% of this game. If you think in 3-month cycles and you plan ahead, you stop, grab a pencil, grab a paper, and plan out what you're going to buy. Plan out what you're going to save for the next event. That's key. What am I going to save for the next event? Now, in the video, I'll let Koji talk me into this. I'm hoping I'm not regretting it. I'm going to show you my coat of arms. Look at all those red lights. All right. If I go to this and I hit upgrade, I have enough stuff to upgrade that. But I know that a rare Ragefire is worth a lot of points in the next event. So we're calling them chocolate bunnies in this event, but whatever we call them in the Mayday event, when I click upgrade, I'm going to get lots of points. Okay? You guys asked me where I got all the free points. I plan ahead, I save it, and I'm still running 1800s right now. Almost 1900s. I could be at the 2000s today. I have enough stuff to do it. But what I want to do is buy enough of the event stuff for free so that I get my next set of 200-300% points for free. So I'm upgrading my troop stats. I'll show you again. I'll go through here and upgrade my troop stats. But I may turn around and buy a Sky Iron or do something else or gym stats or whatever I'm doing. Now, I didn't buy the 100 scripts of Shadow Gems. I wanted to. I actually made a mistake during the first not the Coat of Arms. Yeah, the first Coat of Arms event. I made a mistake. I blew 700 bunnies that didn't net me squat for future stuff. I felt bad about it, but it is what it is. You make a mistake, you make a mistake. I get distracted by filming. Things happen. I don't put those mistakes on film because that's not helping you. My job is to help you guys do better. It's late in the night. Right now, Germany should be waking up here very shortly. So, if you got German alliances, you're going to start seeing some activity, some early in the morning. But figure about the next 2-3 hours. There is a wave of activity that follows the time zones. It's like doing the wave in a stadium. What doesn't happen is Hawaii, Alaska, West Coast doesn't fall into that wave for the United States. Yeah, Metro, that's smart. Koji doesn't spend any money. He's not far behind me. He's a few hundred points. He's not far behind me. And what's different is he's got two accounts. He's got one that's a year older than the next. They're dead equal. Matter of fact, his newer account's starting to pass his older account simply because he does play it a little bit more. You start doing a couple extra beast hits and things like that, and you'll start getting ahead on certain loot. Speaking of beast hits, since I'm sitting here, nobody thinks about this stuff during UAC, but man, get that crap in there. I do tons and tons of beast hits for badges. $31 badges in that round. I forgot I got keys to open up with. I got something good there. Rare Royal Righteous Sword. Oh, look at that. Okay, so. They didn't give me two of them, did they? Guard weapon. That must have been a curiosity, not a freaking guard weapon. Man, what the hell did they give me? Rare Royal Righteous Sword. I assumed that was a guard weapon. Click to preview your weapon. Wildfire. All right, guys, help me out. You saw me win this. What the hell did I win? Rare Royal Righteous Sword. Where? Whew. Man, these random artifacts all over the game here. It's a guard weapon, right? Only I don't see where to apply what I got. Happy Easter. I'm glad that frickin' my wife tries not to eat meat on Fridays during the religious holidays. Because of the COVID thing, no restaurants are open, so we can't go eat catfish. Or Catholic hot dogs, as I used to call them when I was a kid living down here. On Friday in the Mexican area, we serve hot dogs every Friday. Except for the Catholics, we'd eat fish sticks on Fridays. We called them Catholic hot dogs. Okay. Step out. You got to remember that China is one entity. There is a minor independence to it, whereas independent business owners make a little bit of profit, but there is a minister of digital data income in China. They got told effectively how to make money during the income tax checks from the United States. China, the game developers who want to do business with me do business in China. They do business in Korea. Their number one focus when we talk business is how to get money out of the United States. They don't even hear themselves anymore. They just assume that's the way it is. But they, at the same time, they don't want to acknowledge how to build a broad market in the United States. And there's games that have done it. World of Warcraft did it. They built a broad market in the United States. It went worldwide. They allowed the third-party vendors to sponge off of the game, which spread the game even further. They don't get that socialism needs a good core of capitalism, or the old adage, you know, socialism works until you run out of somebody else's money. So the core of capitalism has to be there in order for socialism to work. China. We thought that was so funny. I introduced that to the guy. Who's like, why do you keep calling it the Chinese virus? Because it's from China. It's like, why do you keep acting like it's the color of their skin that I don't like? The damn thing started there. This is the thing I hate about the news. We had Harvard in the United States, which is where this virus was originated, and Chinese nationals stole that virus, and it got released in China by accident. Or on purpose, I don't know. But you look at the effects of the COVID virus, kills old people, kills people who suck down national health care, kills people who wind up in the conservative platform. It's a wet dream of the environmental platform to kill people who breathe in and out and expel CO2. But the COVID-19 was developed to build up an immunity to other COVID viruses. It doesn't work at building up a immunity for people like me who have other lung problems. Which is about 10% of the planet. You go back into the Gulf War syndrome. There is I'm about to put this out on the channel, to be honest. There was a national study that went out for the Gulf War syndrome. Why did 10 people walk into an area and only 3 come out sick? And it has to do with genetics. 3 people couldn't handle the amount of neurotoxins that the other 7 could. So it became a random number that wasn't so random when you looked at genetics. there, we were talking about conspiracies earlier in this live chat. There's a humongous conspiracy that talks about the bubonic plague. You know, the common vernacular is it was carried by fleas, but there is lots of articles about these people that were on the outside of towns using these fog machines to poison and kill people. And this goes back into the Bilderberg Society of the conspiracies. There's a monument in Georgia, the country of Georgia, not the state of Georgia, that says only 5 million people should exist on the planet. And anything more than that is basically a sin to the planet itself. Not 5 billion, 5 million. And that is a following of the Bilderberg Society. They really, the Bilderbergs use words like useless eaters. People who just exist to exist. Two insats running 1.7 power and 3.4 in. Five-star pistol and armor to go up. What are you talking about, Marshall? Okay, you're using the word attacked, metronome. Any human can get this disease. All humans can build an immunity to this disease. People with an immunity deficiency cannot do it as effectively. That is 100% science fact as of today. All the rest of the hype is bullshit. Okay? If I keeled over tomorrow from drinking tonight or because my lungs decided to fail me, I already had the COVID disease in November. The markers are going to come back saying I've had it. That's not what's going to kill me. I've had this cough for 20 years. It's going to kill me one day. A third-party disease of some kind could kill me anytime that it wants to. My biggest fear where I live in the world is tuberculosis that you can't get an immunity shot from. Because we have people flooding across the border from Mexico and other South American countries where they've never had an immunity shot. And tuberculosis is well beyond what it is in the United States. TB. I'm more susceptible to die from that than I am from COVID. The COVID is just number 1001 of what can kill me tomorrow. I have immunity deficiencies. I have lung problems. It is what it is. All these things existed. Marketing and bullshit. COVID is bullshit. This was a way to try and guys, you go back in the live videos from 6 months ago. I told you there's an outbreak every election cycle. There is a destruction of the economy, the stock market, every election cycle. This is not new. It's been going on for decades. This is politics. Don't let the politics distract you from deductive reasoning. If you're 20 years old and you get a cold, you may have had COVID. Oh well. The reality is, you get COVID-19 right now, odds of you getting a cold in the future go way down. Did you know that? Whoa, they didn't tell you that on the news? That the entire reason COVID-19 was developed was to counteract the cold virus, because people with colds were swamping the damn emergency rooms and causing excessive healthcare costs. That was the whole reason that it was developed in Harvard. They talk about it being a man-made virus, but they don't tell you why it was man-made. You know, it's not that they hide this information. It's out there. It's out there in medical research purchases that Harvard posts. They've been working on this virus for... Guys, they didn't come up with this cure for COVID in 3 weeks because Trump told them to. So, I told him to go out there and work on that. He cut the regulation down so that the 3 to 7 year process time took 3 weeks. They were already working on it. They're already working on it because we already know what it looks like. We've known what it looked like for years. The Wuhan release mathematically doesn't jive with reality. The New York, which has New York and Louisiana have the highest death rates right now, quote unquote, I'm using their numbers against them. The fact of the matter is China and California had 5,000 people a day flying in and out in January. The reality is most people got told it was a flu. There was no test for COVID in January, going all the way back to November. And most of California has herd immunity now. That's why they are not the epicenter of death. They have a low rate. This disease was designed from the get-go to allow the human body to be immune to it. You just can't have other bacterial infections at the same time. Teva is the company that makes it, and I can't remember now. The malaria pill plus a Z-Pack. And everybody will tell you, and they're not wrong when they tell you this, that a Z-Pack will not cure a virus. But a Z-Pack will cure whatever bacteria you get while you have the virus before you build up immunity. For some reason, no news outlet is telling you that. There's a reason that those two drugs in combination are working worldwide. So, don't panic. The thing you guys got to panic. And I'll tell you, this is one of these things where I say I'm not exactly full pro-Trump. Trump's not an idiot. He knows this. This man hates diseases. But the reality is, this is an opportunity for somebody with his perspective in life to say, you know what I'm going to do? I had 7 million jobs that no one would apply for before COVID. Now I got 16 million people who are unemployed. And I'm going to turn around and encourage them to go apply for a better job than they had before. People get complacent where they are, and a large portion of the U.S. population was complacent in low-wage jobs, even though high-wage jobs were being offered. I think that there's a conservative movement, even in the Trump administration, to get people to shuffle from one job to the other via this thing. There's going to be a spike up in income in the United States like you've never seen before. We're going to lead the country like you can't believe. But that's all hypothetical. That's all conspiracy. I could be wrong, but rarely am. Gamer age, yeah. Timing it. You're talking about timing when the airship's out. Go for it. They need to have a damn wonder that prevents that. Yeah, metronome hurt base. But you got to understand why they were ahead of us. The disease was flowing back and forth in November during cold and flu season, and people were dying. They called it the flu. Now they're dying. They call it COVID. That is not people dying from COVID or people dying from the flu. That is laziness in reporting and a lack of testing. That is not the same thing as reality. Marketing and bullshit. The disease moves at a mathematical rate. That's what the CDC is supposed to do. What we really had was a massive failure in the CDC. One that was so huge that realized that, like, why are we funding the CDC? This is what the CDC was supposed to stop. It didn't do it. It failed epically. And the CDC is the person who turned around and said that Trump is an idiot, he's a liar, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's a bigot for stopping flights from China. Dun 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 dun, drum roll. Happens to be the sister of frickin' Rod Rosenstein, the very person who tried to impeach Trump. What are the odds that the Center for Disease Control spokesperson and the Attorney General assistant that tried to impeach him are the same person? Again, the mathematical odds of that, if I could have those odds every day, I'd be buying lottery tickets 5 times a day. Politics and bullshit. You just gotta, once you look at what the reality is, and not only what's being said, but who's saying it is big. Who's saying it's more important than what? Almost important these days. Hold on, Marshall. You got blocked again. Oh, you said the word dicks. This is an adult-only channel, for those who don't know, so I don't care. I do encourage, in case children are watching, that we try to avoid the foul language. It's not your job to teach kids new things. This game that we're talking about requires a credit card, which means you have to be 18 years of age. Your daughter woke up at 3 a.m. Man, I didn't get any Easter chocolate. I can't eat sugar that much anymore. I have a hard time controlling my sugar. The VA called me a diabetic when I started losing a lot of weight. And when you lose a lot of weight, your blood sugars go up. I was like at 200s. They started calling me diabetic. They started sticking me with injections as if I was diabetic, which makes your pancreas lazy. And so therefore I became, I want to say, somewhat diabetic. This is very bad for me. But I don't do this very often. The COVID, I've had 2 nights of drinking during the COVID thing. I like beer. But I've basically avoided it for the last 4 or 5 years. Man, we're at 20 people watching. We've maintained 20 people. That's a large number for me. Yeah. Hold on. Tell you what, I've been encouraging Koji to start promoting his channel because he is a free player. Koji's very smart, guys, and he won't play this back, so he won't know I'm saying this about him. Koji's one of the reasons Koji's in my world. I invited him into 362. He's a very slow, methodical thinker, but he has the nerve to challenge me where I'm reactive, to make me slow down and think about my reactive nature and how that will go over. And I love that challenge. That's why I like having Koji around. Hold on here. I'm making a thumbnail. You know, I'm gonna show you guys what I'm doing. I've been talking about this for a while, for you guys to see what I have to do. Let me throw this up here. Okay, we'll do that. Now, I speak in keyword. This is not common vernacular, but people tend to search in certain things, and I speak in keyword. Can't come. I found that the average user will not click on the icon if I cover my face. For those who say I got an ugly face there, man, I saw myself on film the other day. I can't remember what video it was, but I've been doing these eye surgeries where they stick these needles in my eyes, and my eyes were so damn swollen, and I'm going through old videos that are relevant that I won't have the time to redo shortly. Okay. So there's that. Oh my gosh, there's just crap fucking. So let's just do that. I got a nice piece of software I use for those. Man, I really want to encourage more people to do what I do. I will promote you. You do not understand the value of the resource that I provide from Rogers Raiders. It's not instant money, but it's one of those things where even if you just did one video a week, you would make money. This is one of the plugins I use in combination with okay. So this is one of these things you guys would ask for, increasing damage stats. So it's analyzing. See, I didn't even put. So for you guys to find the video that I did way back when, I didn't do a good job. All right, and that's that stage done. And this is one of the ways that I control the keywords, is I actually go over my old work to see if I've done a good job, because you learn new things, right? So as you learn new things, you apply new wisdom. Hold on, I'm gonna go over here. Move that off screen so I can read what you guys are saying. Changing out March of Fury mid-battle. What are you talking about there? You're talking about temporary wonder changes? That was a common tactic. That's old. It's older than me playing the game. I mean, it was... But the temporary wonder change swaps, I do it. I've done it. I shouldn't say I do it. I don't give a damn factor, or it matters in the wolf. I need to be part of your live stream. I challenge. Meaning what, Rochambeau? You were a part of the live stream. I went and showed your castle. China. Okay, I'm looking up. Now I gotta wonder. Somebody's had to YouTube that shit. Trump says China on YouTube. Hold on. I gotta put this in my headset. So you guys probably can hear this right now, and I can't hear it.
You know, China.
I know China very well. China.
You guys probably can hear this right now, and I can't.
China.
Northwest Wisconsin, where I'm from.
It's China to me. China. China.
You know, China. I know China very well. China.
That's great. Buy from China.
You guys probably can hear this
China.
right
Take
now,
China.
and I can't.
China. I have people that I know in China. China to me.
China.
China.
You know,
China.
China.
China. I've been saying China. 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 China.
That's not what I was looking for.
China!
Let me ask you about China.
China. I go to China. China, 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 China. People from China, they love me.
Right.
China, 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 China.
I'm pausing that because that's not even halfway through. The funny thing is, I know how much work it is to cut and edit film. Somebody spent a week on that one video. That's not what I'm looking for.
China, China, China. In China, they say I don't like China. I love China. People think I don't like China. I love China. China. China is the new China, by the way. China, China, China. I deal with China. China, China, big league, China. So don't tell me about China. I know China. China, 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 China.
And to put, and this is the media being kind of a pain in the ass. Long before Trump was president, he used to build these skyscrapers. I don't know if you guys knew this. He used to actually do something for a living. And Trump's number one complaint was you could put steel girders down on a job site cheaper than you could buy steel ore from America. And the quality was such crap that he had to reject it in the building process. Even though the government said it was good steel, he wouldn't build buildings for it. This is why Trump has a bug up his ass about China. Is he would never put his buildings at risk for what the government would approve with China. It's not that's Metrum. That's hyperbole. Far right, far left. It's not far right to say you built a shitty product. Why is your shitty product in my fucking country? The number one place in the world where buildings collapse is China. Why would we want to build our buildings with the same shit they build theirs with? And I know I sound belligerent when I say that, but at the end of the day, it's crap. Show me the thing made in China, you go, man, no one builds that better than China does. Doesn't exist. That country, since the 70s, and this goes all the way back to China is going to fundamentally change its economy by becoming a steel mogul. They ran around their country. They told all their citizens to throw their rakes and their hoes and their shovels into these wagons. They melted them down, and China became a quote-unquote steel mogul. It was such crap steel, no one would buy it. It's what we call pot metal. China forgot one thing. When they threw their rakes and their hoes into the wagon to be melted down, the farmers no longer had a tool to work the fields with. So you say this old phrase, only Nixon can go to China. We're talking early 70s. Well, Nixon had to go to China because the Northern Valley of California fed China, who was starving. 50 million Chinese citizens died from starvation due to this policy of fundamentally changing an economy and doing a half-assed job of doing it. The Northern California Valley, under Nixon, who hated the Chinese, fed the Chinese people for 3 years. The modern media does not like to acknowledge that. In fact, that very same valley that fed China, one of the largest populations in the world, is not allowed to grow agricultural products because of environmentalism of the silvery minnow, not minto. Saturday night entry into your live stream. How? I'm missing something there, Rochambeau. Guys, what's coming? Let me explain what's coming. Hold on. Let me. You guys ask plenty of questions. I am terrible about explaining what I know is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go to Rogers Raiders. Direct text updates for events. Enter your name, enter your phone number. You don't even have to sign up the website to get the direct text. Okay? You can go into your profile. Yours will look different than mine. I got a lot more stuff than you guys do. Users. Why is this not freaking... Okay. Let's type Gunmuse in there. So I'm going to edit Gunmuse. This is what your page, your profile page look like, right? So you got colors and stuff that you can set up in there. You can link your Facebook, Google, Twitter account. You can set up how much information people see from you publicly. Nothing, if anything. And looky down here, there's my phone number. All right, so you put your phone number in there, and I can text you. What's coming is I own technology where I can call you. So you can text us. Like if you guys go in here, hold on, I got to drag this off the page because I don't know what it's going to show. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to turn around and type this in. what I'm pushing that's causing that Bluetooth audio to freaking mute up. I'm pushing something on a keyboard. Okay, I got software changes that are coming. I brought in a third-party vendor who has a portion of the phone number technology that I built. And I'm trying to encourage this person to go ahead and finish the development. They don't comprehend it's worth billions of dollars while they're trying to sell it for $20 a person and not getting anybody to buy it. I get it. They don't. It is worth billions of dollars. I honestly should have pursued a long time ago going out and getting guys who invest and raising money in the $3 to $5 million range so that I could hire a software writer who is within slapping distance of me to keep them focused on building a product worth billions of dollars. Just somebody I can pay $100,000 a year and say, you work for me, you're going to do what I say, and if you tell anybody about what I told you to do, I'm going to beat you to death. I don't know where the audio cut out. That's a good question there, Greg. Hold on. Yeah, well, it's starting to become the going up in viewers while no audio. Hold on. No audio, 2:32 a.m. What time is it now? So I had about 6 minutes. I don't know why it's doing it. The mic is live, but somewhere I'm hitting a hotkey that is muting the audio for this boom mic here in the stream. I don't know what's doing that. I don't know if this key here is doing it because I've got a little mute button for the headset. And it shouldn't be doing it, but it might be. Hold on. All right, guys. I am going to bring my BlueStack stack. I'll be back in 5 minutes and just 30 seconds here. Oh, I should have took my cane with me because I am very drunk. Okay. All right. Let me look at the chat here. But you guys should have audio back right now. Then it went out when you started going, okay, you were saying you were bad at telling us what the plan is. So for some reason going into the... Okay, the plan, Rogers Raiders shouldn't be run by me. Okay, Rogers Raiders should have lots of video influencers that you want to see. Like Esqua does 5-minute quick, bam, bam, bam. Here's the nit and gritty version of the videos. I don't do that. I have a problem not explaining details, and believe it or not, a large proportion of the audience wants the in-depth explanation. I have stats that prove that I'm 400% better than the average YouTuber in gaming market. The Guns of Glory corner that I own, that's a limitation on that company. I can only reach what Guns of Glory can reach. Hold on, we'll do that. We can do that. Hold on. We can. Now I can't remember where to do it from. I say I can do it, and I can't remember where to get to it from. Previous video where I pulled up like just the keyword Guns of Glory, it was this downward spike, okay, over the course of the year. In other words, every decision that company made lost market. Meanwhile, the company, the one major organization that's promoting their product, gained every time. That's me. Those two numbers do not coincide if you understand marketing. There's no way for me to go up in market while they're going down in market share unless we're reaching more people positively. Now, I've done this when we talked about the GunMuse platform. The GunMuse used to be a GunMuse magazine. And I had gun manufacturers who hated me. Hell, that's a common search word. My name and search it. Left, right, center. Let's see if they can even get the article up there. May 10th, 2005, this article was written about me. If I remember right, Google recently bought WebPro News and suppressed this article written about me when they did so. You see, it's the top of search engine of Google, but me clicking on it, I'm not getting anything to show up. Okay, here we go. Error 5.22. I don't even know what a 5.2 error is. And they used to have let's go to Wayback Machine. And you can't even do that no more. Our access to the history of the internet is being cut off in the last 18 months. This is new. So we can go to gumuse.com and you can see 2003. So we're talking about building a search engine. Remember, Google didn't go live till 2005. There was a and this used to take snapshots of our websites back then. Now only $9.95 a month for internet. I actually owned more dial-up phone numbers than Net0 and AOL combined at one point. You wonder why I know so much about this crap. And I say it's crap because I don't like the politics of this stuff. I talk about politics a lot, but I hate it. Why can't they just let me do business and leave me alone? Is in the back of my mind. I'm a little better at it than it used to be. Thanks, Gumuse. I used to be 2 words back then. Now I'm 1 word. Let's move forward in time a little bit. The website, man, I love that logo too. That was my favorite logo. If you can't see that, the smoke behind the bullet was 1s and 0s. The companies like Gunbroker used to have to advertise with me, not the other way around. Google owns Gunbroker now, if you don't know that. I was the incident. And then I started this thing. You see down here, like PR News Now. Crappy logo. But we were distributing news because the Associated Press was not. This 130-year-old news organization was filtering the news. So we started saying, whatever you got to distribute it, we'll do it for you. I literally funded news distribution for almost 3 full years. And then the July of the election of Barack Obama, when McCain suspended his election, gone, man. Overnight, Google wiped out 26 million people like they didn't exist. So a little bitter about that still, folks, just so you know. Don't want to pretend that I'm not. But you can see here, you go back, and I was doing this stuff before Google was. And that's why I get a little about Google. It's all Google this, Google that. A large chunk of code that I developed was implemented by Google for news distribution. And we settled one lawsuit in order to be able to put this channel that you're watching now up. But the other one is not settled yet. We still got one lawsuit pending. Game Rage, I don't think that works like you think it does anymore. The hot swapping, what you do at the point of click is what that march will give you a result on. What is reported to you is not the same thing as a result. The report function of Guns of Glory and the action portion are 2 separate algorithms. Excuse me. And you think you're getting away with something that you're not getting away with. If that makes sense. How come I can't go look at your channel? All right, so I've been on defense this whole time, and it's a long damn time. 25,000 points. Offense is definitely better. So the problem with defense is you log in and you set a march on defense and you log out. If you have a high stat castle, you need to counteract this. You go out there and you just zero all the towers in a kingdom, stop them from protecting their loot, and then go kick them out of the other kingdoms where they're gathering loot if somebody's online. And that's how you get your points for a minute. I've got to redo the UAC video. For those who don't know, let me go look at this. I got to go find the damn treasure. This number, 202 every 60 seconds. All right. You see we're 1 million points to 700,000 for the next guy. All right. Your treasure divided by 5,000 is where that number per second comes up. So Korea gave us a pass because they want number 2. Number 3 and 4 get the same loot. So being number 2 is a little more loot. So these guys are almost past them. So the 134 guys, if we really wanted to create... So one of our guys went out and made a truce with Korea. So how would we blow up that truce without blowing up that truce? Well, we would go over and help 134 get in the number 2 slot, and Korea and 134 would start fighting each other. That puts them down on the points per second list. So if I go look at Killers Inc. Now all these guys, well, they don't have much loot at all. It's late in the night, so you got to understand the time zones of your alliance. One of the things I'm going to push when I start the new series, I'm going to push forming your alliance based on time zone. The game doesn't do it. The game doesn't acknowledge servers based on time zone. They throw crap at the wall, see what sticks. And what's sad is this game turns around and bases everything off China time. What's good for China is good for us. They've gotten better with it. This UAC did not start until reset, 30 minutes after reset. And that gives the United States 24 hours during a Sunday, Saturday night and Sunday. That's way better than it used to be. But they've done this a couple different times. They change who's in charge of administration over there at FunPlus, and the game itself changes in the course of doing that. Not a whole lot I can get from these lilies, is there? The graphical representation of how many lilies you got is not the same thing as the number of lilies you got, just so you know. Okay. Are you getting double audio from me having this on versus off? See, red light means off. This means I'm talking into my mic and that mic at the same time. I'm wondering if it sounds like an echo of some kind or a vibration. Okay, gamer, I do know that when you remove the March of Fury, once your March lands, say at a tower, and your March cap has changed, your ability to reinforce it changes at the same time. Just so you know. I would also assume that if March of Fury is no longer on your airship, when an enemy attacks that tower and it goes to do your calculations, it looks it up in real time, not what you sent. So you think you snuck another 20,000 troops in there, 30,000 troops in there. And the reality is the game is now going to decide for you what troops to not acknowledge. It tends to do your high tiers. At the same time, the game doesn't seem to give a damn about what it kills, and it tends to kill those high tiers that it didn't allow you to roll in defense. So I don't believe that alliance swapping or trait swapping works like it used to. Just so that's why I don't believe it. It's the report and the reality don't seem to coincide in my add moderator. What's that mean? No double audio? Okay. You've seen notable differences between wonder swaps on player versus environment. If you do a wonder swap on the wolf, it always works. You do players roll differently than player versus environment does. You did a test. You're looking at stats versus what the hell was that? It used to be that way. I'm just saying that I got thousands of recorded hits. And what do you see? You say, I see it. What is it? You looked at the stats and the stats told you you had a larger march. What did you swap the larger march for? The reported stats and the actual result are different, is what I'm trying to get at. It's not that what you see, you're trusting what you see, I guess is the best way to put it. I'm telling you, it doesn't work the way you see it working. Now I got you confused, right? So if you see on my account here live here, if I go over here and swap this Wonder, which March cap, okay, that's what I keep saying. Okay, so I'm going to go here. And then I'm going to go to another kingdom here. Hold on. Let's go to 316. I don't think I've actually been there. Right. The stat report reflects properly what you think you did. The kill ratio does not. So I'm gonna show what you just said you did. And there's a little bit of randomness in each hit. So I mean, remember that after the first hit, their marches change. Okay, so what am I next to? A 34. So I'm going to attack. I got my March cap on. So I'm going to hit him. Well, that's not a good example. Okay. Let's go do that. Settings, gift codes. Think they heard us where we said we hadn't had a damn gift code in forever? Worked. It was successful. Now, I lost my entire march there, but we're going to look at our kill ratio. Oh, sorry. Which is crap. Okay. So I killed 52,000 with that march. Now, hold on. I got to actually heal that march up. So we're doing same. Boy, oh crap! He sped hit me. Of course he did it when I put my heel gear on. Yeah, the execution of the event dictates based on what is on your march at the time. So you had a horn on, you got out there, but your horn landed in the tower, and then all of a sudden it takes troops out. But you no longer get to decide which troops it takes out. The game's doing that. See, it's like everybody backing up to the forest. Oh, well, that's an advantage. It's not an advantage. It's just you being a pain in the ass. And anybody who allows them to use it as an advantage, first they got to do the forest, and they got to build all the C2 castles to make sure you land in the forest. That's manipulation of the map. You have no ability to play somebody on. It's like agreeing that here's what a checkerboard looks like, only you're not allowed to be on this portion of the checkerboard. Okay, so go here. All right. So back to You know what? Just to make sure that I did it right. Or this is the one I lost. But that wasn't the tower I lost. Fortress. Plunder treasure. Okay, so we did number 1. We maxed out our distance. We hit March. And then we went in and we're now going to swap our wonder. That's what you're telling everybody you're doing. No wonders. What's wonder swapping? What else would you swap out on your airship? Like if you're talking about doing wonder airship swap, look, the only thing I can swap out on this for is if you look at my defense tab, is this one versus artillery. There's no artillery in there. What would be the point? Wonder swapping doesn't change the tactic versus airship. Here's the funny thing, guys. Look. I lost the same amount. I killed less troops doing wonder swapping. So now I'm going to go in here. Right, but there's no artillery in that tower. So why would I do that? I get a little bit of infantry defense, but since I'm on the attack, that defense number doesn't proc. Hold on. We're going to do a third hit because that's not the only test. All we're doing is proving what I spent crap loads proving. All right, so, and that is, we're going to go back here. And we're not going to tarry as much march. We're going to go here. Treasure. Go here. Okay. Plunder treasure. Oh, sorry. Plunder treasure. 1. And max out as much distance we can. Oh, no, no, no. Recall. Call back. All right. Okay, so you couldn't hear me again. I got to have a hotkey set up somewhere that's doing that. We'll fix that. So, lost that one. Said, I actually did less damage that time. Swapping out the guards that I've been using. So you see me swap out all those things with no varied effect. That's what the point of me spending that 10K gold doing a healing, to make sure I had the exact same march, going to the exact same guy, the exact same place, and to varied effect. There wasn't even a monstrously different effect. Said it. All right. Yeah, all I can do is give advice based on what I see. But I've done that pattern thousands of times. Every once in a while, the person you hit is... Now, I can tell you, Marshall, are you hitting down or are you hitting up? Is the person a little bit weaker than you and you're getting these demonstrative kills? That affects some of the procs in the game. Pay attention to that in your future testing. All my calculators are based on hitting up. In other words, they assume that the guy you're trying to kill is a little bit bigger than you. It's designed to give you an advantage. So guys who turn around and use my calculators and they go out and kill people that are the same size or smaller than them, they think I just opened up some magic box for them to kill people. Yeah. Test one. Okay. I just want to make sure that me hitting the mute button here wasn't muting the audio there. I don't know what is hotkeying. I have no hotkey. Signers, phone. I'm gonna have to get some sleep. Yeah. Well, the number one key, anytime I hit that, is muting the mic. That's what's going on. So anytime I typed a number into the computer, I was muting my mic if I didn't hit the number 2 right after. Well, that's that mystery. I need to do a lot more testing with guards. When guards came out with their new things, I said, I probably should have stuck with it. And I went, you know what? This is going to be a disaster. I'm just going to let them sit and spin. I'm going to go in and start doing testing. And I don't know that their guards work the way they say they're going to work. They introduce things that don't function the way they say they do. And then they play this, oh, well, no, we meant this. Man, I never did figure out where that damn rear guard piece went, huh? Wait a minute. I won a rare righteous card, didn't I? So remove. So where was the one that I freaking removed that I get to dismantle, right? Remove. Remove. Dismantle. There you go. I just need to dismantle the damn thing. See, their system is buggy. You guys just watch that. I mean, I couldn't go dismantle the one that I had that was lower quality. So I don't want a Calvary, I want a distance. Then maybe, but I mean, from that interface, I had 2 items and it acted like I'd only had 1. It didn't tell me the little red light icon's a pain in the ass because it doesn't work worth a damn. Go whoop all their butts, man. Where's Rochambeau? I thought she was going to keep me up for another 2 hours. We're past that 2-hour mark. I don't know how long we've been doing this. Ugh, way too long. Since 9:30. My wife would not go buy me beer, but she would drive me to buy beer. Figure that one out. We call that compromise in the marriage world. John Wood, he says, this is a weekly subscription game. Doesn't have to be, it's a matter of desire. You know, if you want to be at X level, your willingness to pay to be at that level is what comes down to. I have done videos on free accounts. I've done videos on mid-level spending accounts where I set budgets before I started building the accounts, and to show that. And then you got like guys like Koji where he doesn't spend any money. He stopped spending on 2 different kingdoms. And his newer kingdom caught up to his older kingdom because of where the paywall is. That is just absolutely the way socialism works. The more work you put into it, you will not get an excessive. It's literally built right into the store. The more I spend, the less I get. With every single product and every bit of sort. It's just, you got to understand that this company buys the corporate government line of those who have more should get less. They stole it. Whatever the reasoning behind it is what it is. My beard's just itching. Okay, so I'm responding to a comment from John Wood, event guide, and he's responding to the fact that during the event guide I went in there and said I declared that I'm going to be spending money. So he hadn't looked at any of the previous videos prior to that, but that on this account I'm going to spend some capital. It doesn't mean I'm going to spend wastefully. It just means that I'm no longer going to throttle what I spend on this account. So okay. I'm going to have to call it here in a minute. So what I'm going to do is burn my stamina off. I heard a click. What did I hear a click from? Oh, I'm losing it myself, man. Don't try to keep up with me. If you're trying to keep up with me on sleep, I don't sleep. I'm a disabled vet, and freaking, man, we're broken people. First of all, I gotta go home, I guess. Oh, I'm gonna have to heal some freaking troops just to send out a march. I don't know of too many vets who don't have some kind of insomnia. There's guys who don't, but I think that's just another form of the sleep disorder. You know, there's people who go to sleep to avoid the world, and there's people who stay awake to avoid the sleep. I was diagnosed with Epstein-Barr with a strain that I picked up overseas. And Epstein-Barr, everybody gets it. You get it when you're a kid. It's basically a fecal matter to mouth disease. It's one of those things like, you mean where I was swimming in human shit chest deep one time that I probably picked this up? And literally they go, well, I don't know if that was what do it. I'm like, so it's a shit to mouth disease, but you don't know if a swimming in human shit would be the cause of it. You know, these third-party vendors, Occupy, I don't want to Occupy. It's dealing with the veterans are learning real quickly if they don't say the right things, they won't get paid. So they go about a year and a half and not getting paid, and then they go, oh, we don't want to see veterans no more. And then the VA goes, well, we're finding the best doctors we can that will accept our insurance. Well, any insurance that doesn't pay their bills, who's going to accept that? They act like it's not our fault we didn't pay our bills. You're the freaking federal government. Man, submariners, I would agree with you. It's a constant. I mean, there's no night and day. We were the same on an LPD. You couldn't tell the difference between night and day inside that ship. There was no. The human body is designed to absorb a certain amount of sunlight at a given point in time during the day, and it just doesn't happen with the military. Depending on your job, the military, the VA does not acknowledge variances between one troop and another based on their job history. They don't even acknowledge it. If they did, then they would turn around and have to isolate certain jobs with certain diseases. They don't want to do that. The Gulf War syndrome, which proved that there's a genetic deficiency in about 25% of the humans on the planet to absorb a certain amount of neurotoxins, basically made tree huggers who said using pesticides on apples was bad. The government don't want to acknowledge that. I mean, I don't want to acknowledge that. He's like, okay, so if you're one of them humans that can't absorb that much neurotoxin, don't absorb that much neurotoxin. But if you're one of the veterans that did it, you have no choice how much neurotoxin you absorb. The reality is 75% of the population can eat an apple covered in pesticide without a single grip of problems. And that's what they don't want to. They want to talk about the 25% who can. Just don't eat it. Now, when it comes down to the people who can't eat gluten and stuff like that, because that's a lot of veterans now too, that's turning out to be the E. coli in the, not E. coli, the bacteria in the gut. We've made GMO modified wheat, which makes GMO modified carbs. And the GMO modification was to make sure that bacteria couldn't destroy the crop. Well, the bacteria can't break it down in the gut. Therefore, you're now allergic to food. Go through the store and see that everything in the planet is made out of a carb because it's cheaper than protein. And I hate to tell everybody this, but the disgusting little fact is things like cricket flour are going to be the staple in the future, whether you like it or not. Because we have screwed up through genetic modification wheat worldwide. Only 10% of the wheat worldwide is not genetically modified. And the wild variants of it are going to override because it can withstand better than the original variants these type of diseases. Yeah, I'm going to take that as a good night too, because I'm at 7.5 hours and I am quite a bit of whiskey and quite a bit of beer into this, and I'm starting to cough. I need to take some more pills, and these pills are supposed to make me sleepy. I actually do it at this point. So, all right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to hit the end stream button. Sorry for cutting those who just joined short.